Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. Break that, ma'am. Pop that chair, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. Break that, ma'am. Break that, pop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, ma'am. That's assault, ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that, ma'am, ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will. Excuse me. Ma'am, ma'am. Excuse me. Break that. That's assault. Ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Break that. Break that. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that. Break that. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Flop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Flop that chair. Ma'am. Flop that chair. Ma'am. Flop that chair. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that. That's break that. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Ma'am. Break that. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Flop that chair. That's assault. Break that. Ma'am, that's assault. Ma'am, break that. Ma'am, break that. Flop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. Ma'am, that's assault. Ma'am, it is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will tell you exactly what happened. Break that. Break that. Ma'am, ma'am, these people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will be. Excuse me. Ma'am, excuse me. Break that. That's assault. Excuse that chair. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. Break that. Break that. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that. Break that. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Flop that. Break that. That's assault. Flop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Flop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Flop that chair. Flop that chair. Flop that chair. Ma'am, these people are going to eject you from this line. Break that. That's break that. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Ma'am, break that. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Flop that chair here. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. That's assault. Good morning. Listen, it's a hell of a day. It's a hell of a day. It's another McCabe day. Are you guys excited? And also, you can't really see my shirt too well, but it's Rusev Day. Happy Rusev Day. Rusev is back in the WWE. Everything is fine. Everything's going to be fine. This is exciting news. Now that Rusev is back in the WWE, I'm no longer stressed. My stress has gone away. Lana has signed. Everything's going to be fine. So regardless of how this trial turns out, hope it turns out well. Hope Karen doesn't go to jail for no damn reason. But in the end, Rusev and Lana are back. So fuck it. May as well get excited for Jenn McCabe today, huh? By God. The woman had a form of rosacea I've never seen before. It was all over her face and body. Good for her. She's wearing, I think, her daughter's shirt. Everybody said it was to seem younger. I think she was in a navigational, nautical mood. I think she's trying to be like, hey, put me in the water and float me out to sea. I'm not ready to admit my wrongdoings, but you know what? That's fine. She reminds me a lot a lot of my Spanish teacher in high school who did not like me and I did not like her. In fact, she got mad at me and tried to stop me from graduating for my shoes. She didn't like Converse All-Stars. She said, you need to dress age appropriate. I said, ma'am, I'm a teen. Okay, I'm a teenager. I did the things I'm supposed to do to get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone. And she reminds me so much of Jenn McCabe. Definitely a lanyard mom. Definitely the type of woman who keeps a phone tree, but she doesn't really use it for the purpose it was intended. It's more to like call people at night and be like, I know what your husband did, and then hang up the phone and then pretend it wasn't her. She's fucking crazy. She also reminds me a lot of Marcus. If you guys didn't see yesterday, I made you something. I put it out on Twitter and I realized not everybody has the Twitter. So I'm going to show it to you now. And I'd like to start getting this going, get this out in public, get this out where it needs to be. You see that? Let's see. Let me pull it up. There you go. This is how I see her. This is how I see Jenn now. This is how I cope. How do you cope? Jamarcus. This is Jamarcus. Okay. She squirms. She is a felon. She gets in the fire. She rolls away after attacking people. She's ran over many a person. And she's driven off with Shabamba Bob and doesn't give a fuck. All right? All right? So this is her. This is her now. Anytime you get sad or Jenn scares you, just remember she's Marcus. Okay? She's Jenn Jamarcus. All right? Jenn Marcus? Oof. I don't know if we're ready for that. For now, she's Jamarcus McCabe. We'll call her that. Or Jenn Jamarcus. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He is a pen with foreskin, and I'm glad that you see pens and everything, darling. I appreciate it. I appreciate you for that. Jenamar. Yeah, Jenamar. This is Jenn. And speaking of Marcus, another compilation has been made up by a streamer who I must encourage you to check out. And let me pull his name up. It's the same one from yesterday. It's the Rob Stricken Fury channel. And we've got campfire banter. And we have exactly enough time till trial starts. So let's watch it, shall we? Good morning, everyone.
Well, I warned you about it. Here, I'm pulling
Earthworm Jenn. Oh my god, that might be the best one. Fuck.
you out. I'm pulling you out. I'm grabbing you. Ugh.
So let's just
Are
get
you okay?
started. We're just gonna get started with some Marcus in the fire. And when that's done, court will be ready. All right. So let's just all get in the fire. Here we go.
You saved my life.
He didn't do anything. He literally did not do anything.
You saved my life.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Fredrickson, you didn't do anything. Oh, man.
Hello.
Hi, Marcus. I think you're on drugs. I think you might be on fentanyl.
Wow.
Where's he going?
I saw Marcus do a really cool Shabama entrance. I gotta do the same thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was sick, Marcus. That was really sick. Or sorry, Shabama Bob.
Let me do it again. Let me do it again.
Okay. Okay.
How did he do it?
I don't know. He just does a
Don't
flip.
disrespect me again, Robert.
I'm sorry, Marcus. It was a mistake. My bad, man. My bad. My bad, Marcus. I don't want any trouble.
You ruined my
I did
mood.
it.
Okay.
My happy little tinkly mood.
Shabama, holy shit.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I'll be
going
nicer
to
next time.
Home Depot to get
Okay.
more tortilla chips.
They have tortilla chips at Home Depot, huh? That's crazy. I didn't know that. All right. See ya, Marcus.
See my
this
Shabama
guy.
roll? I worked so hard on it.
Oh, you did it.
They think they can get me.
Who thinks they can get you?
This is Jen. This is what I mean. Tell me this isn't Jen McCabe. This is her on the stand. Okay. Okay. And Alan or Yannetti or whoever the fuck, Alessi, they're gonna be like, Jen, please describe to us everything you did in order that morning. And she's gonna say this.
Who thinks they could get you?
You think they stand a chance?
I
have my middle finger. It's going to go right into their little hole.
That's your thumb, Marcus. Marcus, no offense, but you lost
if
the
they
fight
try
to
anything silly.
You lost the fight to a rat, Marcus. Holy shit. What the fuck are you doing here?
Hello.
Hey. How have you been, Marcus?
I hope I'm not intruding.
No, not at all.
No, it's
doing
fine,
anything.
Marcus. Yeah.
Were you like gonna say anything or?
You gotta watch out, Robert.
Okay, why is that, Marcus?
This place is a dangerous place.
Aren't you a wanted felon?
I don't like this one.
What? Wait, why not?
What's wrong? What's wrong with him?
A lot, but why not?
Are you going in the Don't do that. He's killing himself. He does this sometimes.
No.
Okay.
Help him.
The pain.
I'm trying to. You have your arms. Can't you fucking?
I'm in agony. Robert Malecki.
Rob, I don't know. Marcus, come here, please.
Marcus, why'd you jump in the fire?
Oh, you're such a cute. Oh,
You saved my life.
yeah, I did. Oh.
Listen here, Robert. I know you might be skeptical. This one's a keeper.
You just told me that I should avoid him.
That's a good one.
Okay, but do I keep him or do I not? He's not even gonna fucking say anything. He's just gonna walk away.
And
why is he
then
running?
He has his people to go to, I guess.
Does he fly?
Bye, Marcus.
Marcus? Shabama Bob?
Well, man, you're really quiet.
Shabama Bob, you're supposed to be. Oh,
you're
my bad.
Really...
It's
Shabama
not
Bob,
what
Marcus?
It looks like.
It's what it looks like. We're not doing drugs. We're doing DMT. It's different, okay? Marcus got me DMT, okay?
Hear me out, Robert.
It's not drugs.
So fucking high.
No,
I'm here doing it work, fixing this computer.
Marcus, that's not a computer. If you guys want to smoke, that's fine. You don't have to pretend like you're not smoking.
It has an AMD processor.
You don't have to lie to me.
Wait.
There's no point.
Marcus, let me take a hit. Let me feel the coup de cores. Give me the coup de cores.
Okay.
Oh,
Shabama Bob,
that's some good DMT.
Marcus, what the hell are you doing in this haunted ass
Hello there,
place?
Robert.
Hey, Marcus.
I'm here looking for the nearest Walgreens.
You're looking for. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they have a Walgreens.
I have a
here.
25% off coupon per canned soup.
I need 1 second. Sorry. This is my friend.
Oh,
he gets.
sure.
You also want some soup?
I don't know if this is like an analogy for something, but Marcus, I don't think they have a Walgreens in the Resident Evil 4 village.
Canned soup.
I know what soup is. Marcus, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they have it here.
They have chicken.
I mean, they might have chickens. Yeah.
Chicken noodle soup.
No, Marcus, I understand what soup is, but look at this place,
Do you
man.
like chicken noodle soup?
I love chicken noodle soup.
She's cute, right?
Wow.
I like Marcus.
Oh, he's a really nice guy, Marcus.
Don't
Thanks for
look
really
at
helping
me like that.
Okay, Marcus, look, I'm on a date. I'm sorry, I don't know where a Walgreens is, but like I said, I am on a date right now, Marcus, and I think it's going pretty well.
Oh,
Yeah. Looking at No, all the shelves are empty. Okay.
I think I fit.
No, yeah, you I think you look great in your little compartment there, Marcus. All right,
You don't like it.
No, I never said I don't like it.
Shut up, Robert.
Okay.
Don't piss
Give
him
me a
off.
kiss.
I don't know what I did.
I'll see you later, Marcus.
All right. See you later, Marcus. There he goes running again.
And we're back to the fan. So while Fan is having son, I may as well tell you guys, I'm obsessed with that Righteous Gemstone song. The one where it's like, out there misbehaving. The one where he's like, running around the house with a pickle in my mouth. I cannot stop listening to it. I wanted to make it the opening song today, but I can't because I'll get another copyright strike. I have so much shit to edit. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I didn't get strikes, but I got the warning where it's like, if you can edit it out on like a whole bunch of shit. It's all like stupid things that I didn't need to put in there, but I was like, I'm putting it in there. So now I'm trying to be more cognizant of that. Yeah, Misbehaving is the best song. Like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, dude, this makes me want to go do church shit, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Good morning, JJ Cruz. Now, look, we're going to try to watch as much as we can, all right, until Dad gets angry and has to go put his fist through a wall, all right? So we're going to see how long we can go. And then I don't really want to do like the whole day because I want to come back and I have other shows that I wanted to do that have nothing to do with this trial because I want to get fucking tuckered, you know? So I'm thinking I'm gonna have to probably maybe do like half days. Like, remember in Arrested Development when Baby Buster's like Army had a half day, that type of thing. But god damn, how long does the fan usually go? Is it like 15 minutes? Like, what are we talking here? Oh, this is just a lot. It's just like a lot of fan, you know? Like, it's so much fan. Maybe while we wait, we can do our morning squirms. What do you guys think of that? What do you think about that? Because it's morning squirms on Jenn McCabe Day. Okay, let's see. What do we
Hello,
got for you
folks.
kids
Nuck
here?
here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. but you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious, come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they have, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
I'll wait to wait, he says. God, the Bobo way is really the way, isn't it? This fucking fan is pissing me off. Piss me off something proper. Why is this fan fucking looking at me like that? Hey, fan, why don't you go cut your eyes at someone else, you son of a bitch? Big old heap of nothing up there in the sky. Fucking going in fucking circles. Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you own this place? Oh, I do heating and cooling. It just depends. If it's hot, I spread around the hot. And if it's cold, I spread around the cold. Look at me. I'm a fucking fan. I'm everywhere. Well, guess what? You ain't omniscient, Mr. Fan. You ain't Christ. Fuck. This fan's pissing me off. I don't know. Talk to her, man. She don't like me no more. Fuck. It's probably because I'm obsessed with this fan. It's probably because I keep watching this fan all the time. You said Christ like I say it. I'll tell you what, Satan. I do. Christ almighty. It's a dirty ass fan. Spreading that dust for the Lord. It ain't the fan's fault. If you're going to be mad at the light and the curtain. Who are they to encroach on OnlyFans? Well, I'll tell you what. It's a backdrop. It's all a facade. It's all to make you think, hey, this county ain't got no money. Well, guess what? I got fucking money, and I'm investing it in the dust. That's right, fan dust. That's what all the money in this county goes to. Fucking fan dust. You find it soothing? I need to ascend. I need to ascend to Wendy's level because I'm fucking mad at it. Why are you so dusty and busted? Fucking dust busted fan. Fucking piece of shit up there spinning around looking at me. You feel sorry for the smoke alarm? I feel sorry for the window treatments. Bella's mom is an imposter. Well, I don't know. She could be nice and cute, not know nothing's happening. Ain't no rocking my boot. Oh, here we go. Yes, it's gonna start. What's Beverly wearing? What do you think she's wearing? Do you think it's Yves Saint Laurent? God damn it! It's the black thing again.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
Yeah, I bet they are. I bet they're chock full of his
Good
fucking
morning.
great opinions.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed
Sorry, that fan
clips
pissed me off.
12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 yesterday.
It's all dirty. All these people are dirty and dusty.
This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jenn McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe
Bella's
that
mom.
those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement.
Predicate?
By
You're talking about sentences already? We ain't even to that phase yet, motherfucker.
Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
I expect you to suck on these nuts. I want to hear what he has to say. Good morning. Lurking, getting your lurks in, dude?
That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that is being asked or requested by this witness.
Ironic, I can't hear what you have to say, sir. Oh, good. Oh, fuck.
And to do so, I hope the connection to that, as long as they were in context, and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So
he wanted to know what Bella's mom's phone number was, and if he could have it. I can't hear him either.
That's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview, and John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost.
Me
Giving
too.
directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant.
What?
The house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than
Hold up, that's Bella's mom? Dressed like a goddamn fucking sea captain? She's got buttons on her shoulders? Is she from below deck? What the fuck is happening here
today?
Is she with Casey Anthony? Who is that woman? She's with Casey Anthony and Bella's mom? Who's that? Officer Jimmy Burke? And my Aunt Kathleen? Okay, great. This is going to be fun.
It's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's Sea Org,
I
dude.
don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
Bella's mom's like, hi, I'm right here, guys. Could you not?
Agreed.
She's fucking Sea
All
Org,
right. Let's
dude.
bring
Look
the
her.
jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why not? Yes. Yeah.
And we're back to fan. So what do you think of Bella's mom? She's in the Sea Org outfit. Let's take a look at her.
Call
again.
with John
Let's take
O'Keefe.
a look at this lady and judge her. All right. There she is. So she looks just like fucking Karen. All right. She looks like Karen. She looks like, yeah, she looks just like fucking Karen. What's the problem? She's Karen with Sea Org outfit. Yep. She's whore to the store board. Hey, let's not call her whore though. She didn't ask for this. She's a mom. She ain't out there trying to freak on nobody. She wasn't out there. She didn't go to the party. She didn't go out and drink and drive. She stayed home with Bella in her little Sea Org outfit. And now why is she hanging out with Casey Anthony? I don't fucking know. That's kind of weird. You know? Yeah, I don't trust him. I don't trust his opinion, quite frankly. She seemed very nice, and she seems like she had nothing to do with this. Although she is sitting with Jimmy Burke and Casey Anthony, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, she's one of my new Sea Org friends. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Leave my organization out of this. What's the probative value here? Fucking everybody belongs on probation. That's it. That's the value. That's the value. Everybody in here belongs on some sort of papers. She has no chin. How dare you? I saw a chin. It was very pointy. Bella didn't ask for this. Yeah, neither did her mama. She didn't fuck John. She's just finding out at trial right now. She could have fucked John. I feel bad for her. She's like, damn, I could have got some fucking trim from a cop. And I have to be here for this? No, that's not Bella. That's Casey Anthony. Paul's on a deck for sure. For sure. I don't trust none of these motherfuckers' opinions. That's why I'm here giving my own, because I don't need theirs. Fuck them. We can watch shit and process it with our own eyes. We don't need people to tell us what to think. I'm gonna fucking watch. I'm gonna look at Bella's mom. She seems nice. No problem. High cheekbones. Sea Org outfit. I trust her. Anybody who gets kicked out of Scientology, I trust. They likely fuck. She probably was like, damn, I could have fucked again.
Give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Gotta help the Commonwealth, for fuck's sake. Got a flat screen, nice lighting, bad
All right,
Wi-Fi.
good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning.
He had fucked. I apologize. He had fucked.
There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline.
Is she humping the bench?
Presented to you today, so I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research
Yeah,
or
they definitely
investigation into
fucked.
this
Hey, I
case?
appreciate you.
Everyone said
You
yes
guys
or
just tell me
nodded
who fucked. That's all I care
affirmatively.
about.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything
Judge
about this
Cannelloni, the
case?
big cannoli. Let's do it.
Everyone said no.
All filled with
Thank you very
cream.
much. Could we have
She's
Ms.
ready to
McCabe back,
dream.
please?
She's got her fucking Stanley Cup. She's gonna beat the shit out of someone with it. I don't know. I think that's just like this weird paneling. I have looked at this chair for quite a bit. Her chair looks like Darth Vader. It's like the same outfit on the chair. I wonder if this bitch, the court reporter, I wonder if she gets like Kool-Aid mouth from that thing.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
She's real hydrated. Spontaneous combustion, Darlene. Damn. Oh shit. What is that? What is that? A periwinkle blue? Oi.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
John's
Have
house.
you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Not yet.
Yes.
Soon though.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Soon. Yes. Yes. They immediately went out and
Ms. McCabe,
got a
I'm
go-gurt.
showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Fueled by Satan today.
Exhibit 6.
No cross necklace. No cross for the cross.
On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
Mm-hmm.
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks.
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you?
My name's Jenn McCabe.
Those early morning hours?
I got it too.
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11.
Yeah, that looks like your fucking car.
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Well, there it is.
Ms. Reed showed you with the broken.
That's that whore's vehicle.
Yes, it is.
I'm mad as hell, Mr. Brennan. Because that's her vehicle. Now looking at me funny.
You mentioned earlier in the night you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also
Yep.
shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
I did too. I said, Bella's mom's a big old whore.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
I said, mark it 8, dude.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
He was dead.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I said, there's a dead dude now. They said, are you balling me? I said, yep.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
Let me get this hair out of my way. I just got a new haircut, y'all.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
Well, play it then. Shoot.
No, this is Corona for emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Ken, 34 Pearview Road, Ken, Mass. The Vivian passed out in the snow.
You can't pull up a picture of Ken, you can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, no, I did that.
He has the house address, stay on.
I think he's going to be like 59 area in 50, okay?
Stay on, I can see
Okay. I know.
And this is the part where the phone cut off. This sounded fake. 911. What's your emergency?
What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in.
A guy?
Is it South 34? Yes, 34, the Alpha resident. Yes, I just pulled up behind it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Ken, Mass. Yes.
911 is on your bulletin, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes.
She's like, "Hey, this is Jen McCabe. Is this Jimmy John's? I just wanted to check and see if my sandwich is still coming. Instead of going to the door, could you look for the people freaking out up front? Because that's where I am. I'm kind of dealing with some stuff right now. Please don't forget the kick and range."
A man unresponsive in the snow.
Mm.
Okay, how old is he?
I can't understand a goddamn bit of it.
46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Terry? Is he? I don't know if he's women. There are two women.
21 motherfuckers, kid.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. They just gotta know.
Mm-hmm.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
He's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm right up front. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He been out. So he's been out.
They've been out drinking?
Like I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head? His head out?
Yes, absolutely. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something's coming out the note that one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes.
Listen, I'm about to say something nice about Jen. You guys can hate it all you want, but it's true. I'm not going to hate on her for one thing. She's the only one who called 911. She's the first one to do it. How she did it and how she handled it, I'm going to try my best not to judge because people react differently in a state of trauma. I do think this pretty much sucked for her. And I can see how people would see it as cold. However, there are people in the world who are in moments of crisis. For some reason, they're like, everybody do this, do that, you do this. So she called 911. That's the one good thing I'll say about Jen.
Working on him.
All right.
True. But if she had known, which we'll never know because they didn't do a good investigation, they did a bad one. And I do try to remain hypersensitive to the fact that in so many cases, everybody jumps on the woman. Do you think Jen beat the shit out of John with her bare hands? Do you? No, seriously, do you? Do you think she did that? Because he wasn't hit by a car, right? So I really wish people would talk about the people who beat the shit out of him with their bare hands the way they do Jen. Now, I don't necessarily like Jen at all. However, I'm not going soft. I'm going hard as fuck. I just don't understand why the person who called 911, yes, she was cold and callous. Yes, no one likes her. I just don't know why people don't go so hard on Brian Albert. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I do think that maybe Carrie could be the one that is a little more to blame, possibly, for some of this shit. That's all I'm saying.
CPR and just let me just give us a call back.
I'm gonna go fast though on this. I'm not saying she's a good guy. I'm just saying, like,
describe your mental state when you were speaking to
kind of weird.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock.
All right.
My heart was racing.
My hat.
I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could.
So you guys think this is the smartest person on earth? You think she's that smart? You think she's just that brilliant? She just fucking planned it all? She told the men, beat the shit out of this guy. Okay.
To get help there as fast as I could and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Mm-hmm. Chris was
Before
also
you
there.
told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe.
Sounds like
into
she's
a
the
story.
come-up
I think
guy.
I just was
She's the Mr. Wolf of the
get the
situation to me.
details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
Oh, true.
When you
She
told
does
the
do that.
911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me.
Thank you, Andrea. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying one person beat John to death. Maybe three, right? Was she one of them?
So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
Because if she was in charge of covering
When
up,
you
she's doing a
called the
piss poor
911
job.
operator, had Kerry and the defendant
In a
already
way,
been around her?
thank goodness for Jen being so piss poor and stupid. Otherwise, Karen might be in jail right now.
Yeah, John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
That's weird.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
That's a direct. Those are two. We have to recognize these things. Those are two direct conflicting statements. Karen says she plucked something out of his face and blood poured out, and she said she didn't see any blood. This is weird.
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick. That they
Right?
arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried
So
to
that's
help
a
Mr.
definite
O'Keefe
lie.
and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened?
Also, why have we seen any pictures of Karen after this happened? Like, if she went and got a psych eval, she was covered in blood. They didn't even take pictures of that. They didn't take pictures of anything, huh? Ugh.
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight.
Best point. And that's why I thought it was weird she said guy. She could have gotten help way faster. Is it better to call 911 and be, what's the word? Be not exactly on point? Or is it better to not have called at all? I think she should have just called and been on point and utilized the resources of, hey, this is a fucking cop. Hurry the fuck up.
Right. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so we could see where we were.
And then what happens?
Yeah.
The police officer, I'm not sure specific. I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling,
I
screaming,
agree.
kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to
Like a ping pong?
I was just
What the
trying to
fuck?
talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have
Pausing
to.
it again. We'll speed up. Listen, we saw the same video, right? I didn't see her running back and forth like a ping pong.
Just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT.
Sure,
so the
Wendy.
scene becomes active with a lot of different presence.
Wendy's looking on the bright side too. Damn.
You know, John, I think they.
You guys are going to see me. Listen, this is one of the reasons I didn't want to do this, but people asked for it, so I'm doing it. But you have to know, when I watch trials, I try to give the benefit of the doubt. I try to be devil's advocate. Why? Because you got to remember, this jury, if they are telling the truth, they actually don't know these people. They don't have the vested hate that you guys have towards Jenn McCabe. They don't have the backstory. They don't know about Turtle Boy's opinions. They don't know about anyone's opinions. They don't give a fuck. They are learning about this shit today. And most people, I like to think, when they meet people, they have their opinions. They take their first impressions in as they do, right? But they typically try to, if someone says something a little crazy, it's like, oh, okay. And then they try to go, why would this person say that? So I'm trying to think like that. I'm trying to think like if I were a juror. And it's really hard knowing how everybody feels. And it's even harder when a lot of people are going to disagree with you. So recognize, please, that I understand you're going to disagree with me on some of these points, but I am just vocalizing to you this perspective of, I've never met these people before. Let's try to think, what would my mom say if I were explaining this to her? You know, if I just tell her, because this woman's Satan, she might be like, but why? But why? So like, we have to try to think like that a little bit. You have to be careful when you're jumping to these conclusions that everyone's going to go, what a fucking monster. They might look at her and see her face right there and go, that poor woman is experiencing trauma all over again. That's how people look at things. So again, you can love me or hate me for it, but the fact of the matter is, it is fun to hate Jenn. You're absolutely right. You finished the sentence for me. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You know, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, is making.
But also
Kerry-
think about why that's scary. Why is that scary? Because of what we know. And remember Lori Vallow's trial? Do you remember that? Remember the guy who was the juror who said, he's been going on doing these podcasts where he's like, oh my God, I'm in shambles. Like, he's been crying and having trouble sleeping at night because in his head, he's like, I almost said this woman is not guilty. And now I know she killed her kids. Like, he would have been. People who were on the OJ jury are like, I haven't been able to sleep for 2 decades, 3 decades because of finding out, seeing the crime scene years later and realizing I let that monster off. Like, there are people who have to live with themselves after this. So they're being a lot more careful than we are with how they judge these people. And they also don't know shit about them at all. So it really, honestly, hate me for it. It doesn't surprise me that people see her this way. If you don't know her at all or know any of the backstory, that's how you might see her, because she's, some people, I got in arguments on Twitter. People look at Koberger and go, oh my God, this poor man is intellectually disabled. He's riddled with autism. While his lawyers get him a diagnosis at the last minute from a doctor who's considering it mental retardation. Do you know how offensive that is to people with autism who have suffered with it their whole life, and those who have prevailed through it, and some who consider it like a special part of them? And this guy's doing that, and people look at him and they see his stare and they go, oh, he's got something in his head that he can't help it. People might look at her stare and go, oh my God, this poor woman is riddled with PTSD. You have to understand, like, this is how people look at things when they don't know any fucking backstory. They take people for, hey, maybe that's what that expression means, because they don't know that she like feasts on the innocent at night or dances naked in a fucking pale moon. They don't know that. So keep that in mind, please.
He's off kind of making phone calls.
And now we're going to get
John's
past
family.
Jen.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was.
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point,
Yeah,
did
but
you
these people didn't see the first trial. They don't know that. You feel me?
talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Sarif. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lenk, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area.
Thank goodness we're about to see them all get picked apart. It comes in order. That's why he said in the last trial, stick with me till the end. Stay with me till the end. Same difference. You got to stick with them to the end. At the end, they might change their mind.
For a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lenk?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Do children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just.
How did it go from I didn't see any blood to she had blood on her hands?
Kind of was all over the place. And at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to.
That's what we'll do today, Bella's mom. You play Jesus advocate, and I'll play devil's advocate. I like this game.
Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out and either extremely hot.
Who said it? Someone said it earlier. She's going to use them as an excuse. Who said that? Julie. Dude, Julie's been on a fucking roll.
Or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
Oh, did we just get our first double MS? Because she's using the MS, but wasn't it a certain lady we call MS who also said, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I've never Googled it. Oh my God, it's
Yes.
perfect.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried
Yes,
a second
Wendy.
search.
And
again,
that's a
I don't
callback.
think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the
Oh,
next thing.
Wendy.
Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing.
Wendy, if you are riddled with autism, then you might be really good at callbacks because I've noticed the comics who do have it, fucking the best at callbacks. They remember everything.
Terry, are they working on him as he did?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
Ooh, good
She
point,
was next to me,
Reggie.
and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
Great point.
I believe as they were I think I stood there. I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
See, everyone in Texas has fibromyalgia and everyone up there has MS. What the fuck? Why does it do this? StreamYard. StreamYard.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to
Poland
officer and first
Springs.
responder?
Don't you dare drink my people's
Remember
water.
if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us.
You,
Yes.
you do a
Remember
lot
that
of
was before
callbacks,
or
Wendy.
after
You're
the
good at
defendant
them.
asked you to
You
search
spot
about
them.
hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mhm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
I'll answer that in
Yes.
a minute. I'm going to
Did you
start
hear
that.
Or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike you. Can I ask you differently?
Damn.
What was your motivation for trying to
That's a script flip.
interrupt the defendant making the statements? to the
I'm
first
trying to
responder?
stop her from self-snitching. Come on, Jen.
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at type for just a minute, please.
Okay, we'll catch up here. Yeah. Also, I called about the library cat dude. Can't get a hold of that cat. It's got too many people to get through. I swear to Christ. I was on hold forever, and then somebody's like, "We've had so many calls." Like they got a lot of calls about it, and they said they'd call me back, and they asked me for my email, and I never heard from them. So maybe I should call back today. Fredericksburg has so many, like, it's the hill country where everybody goes for wine. I can see somebody scooping that cat up real fucking quick. Oh, let's skip forward. Here we go.
After you made the search at the defendant's request for
But I'll
briefly
check in
regarding
today.
hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything? about it?
Wild.
Yes. Officer Lang asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My
I
sister,
think it
Nicole.
is going to be a happy
And
cat.
that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through.
He's on
walk us
fucking
through the front door. What happened?
autopilot
So I
here.
went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole. Because
Tracy, question. Because I haven't seen you in here a lot for the trial, like comparably. So I'm curious, did you see the last trial and what do you think of this? And anybody here who's here for the first time, or maybe like you aren't around a lot, I want to know what you think about this. Do you think that the jury is gonna buy this shit tortilla, this fucking shit burrito, or do you think they're gonna send it back and be like, no, this is bread, this isn't tortilla? Like, what is happening here? What do you think? I really want to know. Do you think that they're gonna buy this? Do you think she's believable just based on this testimony? Because they didn't see the last one, just this one.
I was like, I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're gonna see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So
Your fucking friend is dead? Who gives a fuck how they feel about being startled? That's weird to me. There's a dead guy on the lawn and he's a cop and he's my friend, and you're worried about waking them up.
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was
Right,
like,
it's a little
startled.
worrisome.
What's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
The
yes.
upstairs is the second level.
Upstairs to downstairs. What was the phone time with the going up and downstairs again? What was that again? Didn't they hand off the phone and then it got handed off again?
Downstairs, the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Also, why they get dressed? Like, does she mean dressed? Also, where was her coffee? Did she leave it in the car? I have so many questions.
And invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
Did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did. Yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Keep in mind, before all this, when Karen, and don't worry, we'll speed through it some more, but hold on, because I'm also trying to separate last trial from this trial. So I've kind of purposefully avoided watching. I'm going to go back a little. I've kind of purposefully avoided watching the first trial again, even though I wanted to initially. But like that, the events are weird. Okay. First of all, she remembers the plow. She remembers. She saw the lights of it. It was behind us. It was following it. Like, she remembers a plow. She remembers seeing. She said she couldn't see anything because of all the snow. I couldn't see anything. That's why she said it was weird that Karen saw the body in the snow. Remember, like it's weird to see a body in the snow. Keep in mind, he would be in all dark clothes.
Was your sister?
I need to quit fucking. Okay. He'd be in all dark clothes laying in white snow. All right. So it's weird to see a body in the snow, but somehow the searchers saw clear glass in the snow and missed the red taillight pieces in the snow. So keep in mind, snow is fucking white. Okay. It is fucking pasty white. It literally, it's baby. It look like it's the same color of fucking that fucking racist pastor in Texas. It's the same color of cocaine. It's the same color of milk. It is white. It is the color of cream gravy. When you hold something dark over it, you can see that. So when you have a black blob in the snow, and she's like, I can't see anything, but she can tell you she didn't see blood. She knows there was. It's not that she said she didn't see blood. It's that there was no blood. There was no blood. So it's like, okay, so you're not, but then she's saying Karen's darting back and forth like a ping pong ball. It sounds like you were seeing a lot of things. You're seeing a lot of things, you know, and not only that, you're being it's like flour, it's everything. You're giving such great detail. I had a coffee cup. I made coffee. I did all of this. And then I said the thing about Bella's mom. And then I talked to this. She remembers all this shit. But then when it gets to some really basic shit that in an event, whether you're traumatized or not, the snow was flying at her fucking face like fucking cum, just hitting a woman in a bukkake nightmare, which that's a shout out. That's a callback. Wendy, before you get it, it was a callback. But the point is, she's sitting there and she's processing and repeating all these things that she saw. But it's like, did you see blood under the butt? No. It's not like, I don't know, I didn't look at him or I blocked it out or it's like, no, there was none. But then she sees blood on Karen and she's talking about her fucking period. It's like, first of all, that is so departed of you. Second of all, what the Karen's hovering. They're straddling. They rolled him over. They fucking rode him like a bull at a rodeo. Bitch, calm down. We saw the video. People were not fucking running back and forth like it's a track meet. There were no batons. There were like, and then the part where she gets up and she goes into the house. Sassy said it. Sassy, you said it. That's the shit that fucks with me, Sassy. You're fucking right. It's the little thing, because I'm picturing it in my head as she's going through. Okay, everyone, right now, picture yourself. You're Jenn McCabe. You wake up every day. You look like Marcus. You don't do your squirms. You go get your coffee. You put on your fucking lanyard. You got your little shrimp feet. You put on your periwinkle blue. You turn to your husband. You go, oh, God, I'm married to that. And then you fucking go out and you do your day, okay? All right? What the fuck? So she walked up there and she stared at them while they got dressed. Did she turn around? Did she make a call? Did she go, I'm going to use your bathroom and take a shit? Like, anything. Like, she goes up there and they're like, hold on, we're all going to get dressed. We're going to get dressed. You wait right here. Don't go back down. And then she goes down and all of a sudden it's like in Home Alone when all of a sudden the fucking pizza guys are there. Who let them in? Who gives a fuck? They're in the house. This is an officer. You guys are a family of cops. You know the rules. They're like vampires. You have to let them in. Is she upset? Is she happy? Somebody's down there. Yeah, bitch, get up. John's on the lawn. That's what would be fucking same. Don't you dare calm down. Don't you dare calm down. How dare you, Satan? And yeah, Karen, stop acting shocked that John's dying. You're so annoying. Like, this is the guy she wanted to not have babies with him. She loved that man. She wanted to lead a life of fucking and not worrying about kids. Regardless, he had kids. That's their own thing. They have to figure out. But regardless, she's a bit upset right now. It's fucking wild. Satan, get your fucking life together. They do act like that, don't they? And you know what it is? I think there is. Okay. There is a weird. Watch. I'm going to make it about me. Watch this shit. When I was getting hosed by those dick beans in Australia, right, who made videos about my attack, they were saying fucked up shit. That really pisses me off. Down here in the South, all I get is, why didn't she have a gun? Fuck you. I would have ended up in prison. So it's a good thing I didn't. But what did those dick beans say? What did they say? They were like, oh, the way she says it, it's so dramatic. Oh, it's so dramatic. Well, bitch, I was being fucking stabbed, you cunt. There wasn't blood everywhere. Yes, there was. I was on a lot of ibuprofen and I was on my way to get more. Like, there are little facts that people just, unless it's happened to them, they can't imagine it. Well, why would they do that to her? Fucking, I don't know. I'm asking the same questions, you bitch. I'm asking the same fucking questions. They did. They downplayed it. And here's the thing. I was downplaying it because I was doing a comedy set. It's supposed to be funny, not sad. But that whole situation made me realize, wow, there are stupid fucking assholes out there that look at tragedy and they go, I would have done this. And I used to be one of those stupid assholes. I still am sometimes. I'll look at something and I'll go, well, I wouldn't go that way, bitch. I hate horror movies because that's all I'm thinking. And I don't want to think like that, you know? Like that, well, this is what I would have done. The fact of the matter is, everybody, whether you like it or not, when there is a real tragedy or real trauma, something happens that is unexpected, which I would hope it is. Otherwise, you fucking planned it. And that's crazy. But if there is real trauma and real tragedy happening, you don't know how you're going to react. Not everyone's a fucking trained Marine. And I've seen trained Marines fucking cower like little bitches in times of tragedy. So, like, there are people who don't know how they're going to react when something crazy fucking happens. Dude, Thank you for saying that. I feel horrible for those poor girls and the way people talk about them and accuse them. How dare they? Everybody, oh, here's what I would have done. Oh, do you really want to find out what you would have done? Because I would be careful and watch your fucking mouth. I think I would watch your fucking mouth. And here's the thing. I think a lot of people might look at Jenn and go, that's what I would have done. Because hers is calm and reasonable. But the fact of the matter is, some people, when they experience that kind of trauma, a lot of people act unreasonable, say unreasonable things, do unreasonable things. I had mace in my hand, and instead of spraying it on the woman, I was punching her with it. What the fuck? Why would I do that? All I had to do was pull it off and get her. Couldn't do it. You don't think right. And then at some point, you're choking someone into your death and you go, whoops, and you let go because you realize, I don't want to kill someone. Fighting back can be hard too. So when you're in a situation, when you're experiencing a trauma, you might react differently. You might say fucking crazy shit. I said crazy shit. I didn't say help nearly as much as I said other shit. I said help at first, and then I yelled a bunch. I yelled my social security number at one point. Like, I don't know why. So her screaming about her period, the Karen thing with the period, that makes sense to me. I remember thinking, am I a ghost? And I don't believe in ghosts. And I was like, is this, oh, fuck, I was wrong. I guess there are ghosts. I guess I am one. I was thinking that. Like, reflecting on it, it's like, whoa. I said free beer at one point. I told the girl I have her DNA. Like, you say stupid shit. I also told them what my roommates did for a living. Like, when the cops got there, I was like, one of them works at Jimmy John's. Like, what the fuck? Why does he need to know that? Like, that's what I'm saying. So her bitching about her period or thinking it was her period, whatever happened with that, that makes sense to me. Being calm and reacting under pressure the way Jenn did might make sense to the jury who hasn't been through a nightmare like that. Does that make sense? That's what stresses me out. Anyway, now we have enough time to catch up. Here we go.
Brian Albert.
Yeah, they do feel unreal in the moment.
Walking with me down the stairs.
Did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm
He
sorry.
did. He did.
DJ,
Yes.
you're a poet and you weren't even aware of it.
You there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband Matt had just arrived.
What happened next?
Okay, this is me being annoying, but there actually is a crime victims handbook and it's fucking full of shit. They had one in Texas. It's like, so you've been a victim of a violent crime. And I was like, what the fuck is this? It's really dumb, though. It's really dumb.
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately, Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I'd like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
You know, I didn't think I did yell fire, but I had been taught that too by my grandma. I yelled free beer because I had just seen a goofy like comedy sketch where someone's yelling free beer to get people to come to their party. And I remember thinking like, that's funny. And then I talked to my grandma about that. And she had told me like, and this was like weeks before, which was weird timing. She had told me like, oh, you could scream that if you're ever being attacked. And then that happened. And I was like, grandma, but like, she gave me all this great advice. She also used to tell me to put my keys in my hand. And but here's what's weird about this is that, I don't remember yelling that at all, but I had been taught that. And I, you know, they say scream that instead of rape because someone will come help you. Scream that instead of fire because someone will come help you. And that's really sad, right? When I got the police report, when I got to see it, I told them that I yelled fire. And then the people who were in the house said that I yelled fire. Like they told them, I saw their statements. And everything I said, I remembered saying was in there, except the fire part. I don't remember that. And they heard it and I reported it, but I don't remember that. I also thought one of my 4 roommates was in town and had watched the Game of Thrones episode in the Dayline with me before. And then I found out he was in Nebraska. But in my brain, I had remembered that. And they said that was from the head trauma, from the concussions and shit. That like there were things that were before it, like Adam going out of town that I just don't remember at all. And then like that part and like there was just like little things that like I had reported, and the memory didn't click until I read it, and I went, oh yeah, and that happened too. That was fucked up. Like it just took a minute. So yeah, it's really weird to reflect back on things like that. You really don't expect to say and do something sometimes when you're in a fucking moment. You know what I mean? You want new rod speed? Oh god. We could actually probably go way forward because this is just all okay. We'll actually
Really
stop
depict
right
your
about
first
here.
interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video if we can.
Dude, me too, Bella's
Move
mom. I
forward
was
to
like,
14:45,
I
please.
should have just waited till the morning and got a ride.
Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
You know what's funny is Miss Reed is just kind of chilling for a lot of this. Didn't run around like a ping pong ball though.
And this is about, let me get the time correct. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Don't ask questions, Jen. You know what's going on. You just gave a perfect description.
Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I mean, this is sped up 1.5 and she's not even running around. Jesus.
I believe Harry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was
Miss
found?
Roberts,
Yes.
too.
And that's at 6:15 a.m. If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Miss Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right.
Okay. I'm gonna give Hank his flowers. I do like how he's interrupted her 2 or 3 times already and told her, like, nope, that's not what I asked you. That is pretty funny.
Is that you?
Yes.
Continue,
It'd be funny if Jen got pissed at him. Yeah, it's not flying at your face like 1,000 buckets of cum. That's true. Snow is not that bad. It's mainly wet.
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
You know, Xanax in the woods can end up a beautiful thing or a horrible thing, but no matter what,
Continue.
don't blame yourself when you are dealing with a traumatic situation. Unless you're like, I mean, unless you're the person like with the gun popping off on fucking people or doing fucking crazy shit. But even then, like, you know,
Stop,
quit doing drugs,
see
get your
the
shit
defendant move from the
together,
right
and
to the
you'll
left?
be all right.
Yes.
You know,
See the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
or serve your time, whatever you
I
gotta
believe
do.
so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer
Can't blame
moved the
yourself
defendant
though
over
for
to
being
right to left?
traumatized by
I don't.
someone else.
Continue,
That's fucked up. Don't allow. You know, if you
At
take
that part
if
of
you
your
take drugs and get impaired and someone takes advantage of you, I don't care who you are or what drugs you took. You should be allowed to sleep in a pile. Like, just what did she say? Curled up. You should be allowed to lay down, take a nap, and feel safe without somebody fucking with you, right? It doesn't matter if you were on drugs or if you were drunk or if you were on whatever you were on. If you're minding your own fucking business and someone does some fucked up shit to you, that's on them. You shouldn't be a walking target or a sleeping target for anyone, no matter what you're on. People need to quit being predators on each other. That's the problem.
conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Sesame.
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
You know what? A lot of people have felonies and, you know, misdemeanors for drugs, for prostitution, for all sorts of shit. And some of my friends have those. And like when they get attacked or something bad happens, like even if, you know, one of them got a guy fucking attacked her in a bar because he thought it was his ex-girlfriend and they gave her shit for that. And it's like, that's not here. That's not the, if you took it to court, that wouldn't be allowed in because that has nothing to do with this. Those are the moments when it's like, can we treat real life like court? Which I say so rarely. Dude, you are not our group felon. We have so many group felons. You have no idea. Everybody told me all the shit y'all did. You guys think I'm the fucking, you gotta confess. I'm like, bitch whale, you hear what I did. I actually just smoked a joint once and spent a night in jail, and a pregnant woman fucking smacked me around.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes. I had big hair. Fuck. Don't go to Fort Worth. People who are only calm in chaos, I've seen a lot of fucking literature on that when it comes to like abnormal psych stuff, how they process it in their life.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment.
Some people, it's because you hear chaos growing up,
Sat in the back of Ms.
and that becomes comforting.
I believe it's right after this.
Continue, please.
Yeah, we're all insane. Isn't it fun? Sure they do. All felonies count. But they're fun. They can be drug felonies are more fun than violent like I shot someone in the head felon. Those aren't fun. That's not cool. Sometimes people fight though. Sometimes you get a felony just for fighting back. I have another friend who went through that, dude. She talks about it a lot too. She's like, yeah, I whooped his ass that day and he fucking deserved it. I'm like, well, I mean, I'm not going to argue. He did deserve it. Sometimes felonies are justified. Don't quote me on that. Don't tell anyone I said that. It's true. There's women who killed their husbands because they beat the shit out of them their whole lives. And it's like, well, you know, maybe he fucking deserved it. Yeah, chaos is comforting. Nah, it doesn't mean you're fucked up. That means your family's too loud.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Yep.
Stop, please.
Depends on the
Before or
drugs.
after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I don't see no one fucking praying.
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine.
Dude, did Hank just catch her in a lie?
40, please.
Sorry, going back again. He caught her
After
in a
that
lie.
moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
Where's Miss Roberts?
I'm not
What is she whispering? She's whispering to herself? Did she have this shit memorized? Hold up.
I'm not
What the fuck was that? Did you guys hear that? I'm gonna turn that up as loud as I can. And then we'll speed up to catch up. What the fuck? What did she say? Did y'all hear that? She whispered. She whispered something to herself right there on the stand.
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine.
What the fuck
We
did
can
she
move forward
just say?
to 623.
She's speaking in tongues? Satan.
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we can move forward to 623.
We're gonna go back to that later. She's reciting her own timeline or what? Where are we at here? All right, we got a lot to catch up on.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
That was Jenn. I'll go back again. That was weird, right?
If we could move forward to 623.
No, that was weird. We're going back again. Paramedic guy.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Those motherfuckers. I'll split his head.
Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
Did you hear that? She's like, Satanus, they put him. Like, what? No, I'm just kidding. She said something weird, though. What is this? I'm going back a little. Did you guys hear? Like, that was weird. Yes, OB, she is possessed. No, but really, he asked her a question, and then it sounds like, I mean, she's not repeating the question. I have it turned up as loud as I fucking can, but I swear to God, this is fucking weird. It sounded like she was saying something that was not the question, which means it's the response, which means like, is she quoting from a timeline? Is she like legit? Does she have it memorized? Hold on. This is some theater kid shit. I got to hear this again.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23.
What the fuck was that? All right, sorry.
At this time,
That was
still
weird.
The defendant behind this car in some spot.
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:20, 6:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lang. I saw Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went.
Okay, pause that. That's new. That's something new that, I mean, I'm sure they show. Oh, is it going to minimize it again? It better not. Yeah, right here. Jen's going back in the car. Does it, the timestamp, we can't even fucking see it. It's so tiny. Fuck me. If anybody has, I'm going to pull myself out and open my other computer because I have two monitors up, but I have to have them both open. So I'm going to pull the third one up and try to find the timestamp for that because this is weird. There's Jenn on the right. Okay. And that's Officer Lank. He has his hand on her back the whole time. And it's like, this is, look at the, it's hard to say body language, but this is just weird. Like, this is weird. And he puts her back in the car. It's just, where are they coming from? Because it looks like, so the house is over here, flagpole here. They're coming from his car. Let's hear it. This is weird. There, he gets her in. She's looking the other way.
Pause, please.
Close the door.
Ms.
Okay.
McCabe, did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lang. I saw Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lang?
Yes.
And what did he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Okay, so he said 6:34:15. I'm writing this shit down. I'm tired of this shit. I'm making my own fucking timeline. I don't need theirs. Fuck it. 6:34, she's getting in the car. Lank just put his hand on her back. He said, there, devil woman.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that sound? Hold on a second. When I saw a video, hold on a second. Okay, we're going to be a little behind today because Dad has some fucking thoughts. When I saw a video of a guy getting pulled over by a Boston cop, not a Canton cop, but it was a Boston cop. The cop was harassing him on the side of the street. He was like, "Oh, we thought you looked like this guy. What's your name? What's in your pocket? Joey, who's your fucking father?" Like, I'm sitting there like, whoa, this is very aggressive. But one thing I noticed was the sound of the lights were weird. And I'm like, that's a sound of the lights, I know. But when the cop lights are the sirens, when the sirens are on in Texas, it's like wee 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 wee, like the old California cop shows, like fucking Walker, Texas Raid. That's all legit. But up there, you guys have this digital like fucking 8-bit doodly 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 doot doodly 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 doot, and I'm like, what the fuck is that siren? That does not command respect. No offense, but offense. Is that what we're hearing here? Because I thought the sirens weren't on, and also, how the fuck do you not wake up to that? Because this is recording from the inside, so it's louder on the outside.
You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction?
Is that
of the view?
Yes.
That's the cop siren, right? They did have sirens on. Were they playing Candy Crush? What is this? That's the sirens.
You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of the view?
Yes.
I thought it was a phone too when I heard it a long time ago.
Not on this
That
podcast,
sounds
but I
like
did
the
see it.
siren.
Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can.
Hold on, I'm gonna look up
Yes,
the
I can see
siren
myself
video on
walking
my
up.
phone.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lang?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 639, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note 639:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband.
But here's the thing: every time the sirens pop in during court, they sound like regular sirens. They're like woo woo woo. They sound like normal fucking sirens. So that's why I was like, oh no, that must have been something else. But like this video, and they have blue lights only, which is weird. Hold on, I just pulled one up. I'm gonna listen to it real quick while this plays.
Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lang said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And with it,
Okay, now I'm just totally confused because I listened to the video and it's showing off a Boston police cruiser, and it shows it off by playing all the different lights and different sirens, and that is one of the sounds of like 7 siren sounds that they have. And it's like boodaloo doodaloo doodaloo doot, and then there's one that's like pew pew pew, and then there's pam 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 pam, and it's like wait what? And then there's beep 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 that sounds like the fucking smoke alarm, and then there's bam bam bam. So there's like different ones. So now I have no idea. Like, is this a siren or is this like something else? This is strange.
were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
When my husband Matt had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
We had a fucking gangbang. If you want to know the truth, we all fucked each other. We fingered each other's holes. It was very nice. I got to meet Brian Higgins that day. God damn it. This is so fucking hurt. This doesn't sound normal. Why is this guy at my house? That's what I would say. Who is this fella? Why is he at my house in this time of tragedy? None of their behavior makes sense. Here, let me stand here while I watch my brother and sister-in-law change. Hey, how's about all of us go hang out with this Higgins guy that we just met who got drunk and was there last night? Hey, well, let's just have a family meeting at 6 in the fucking morning. Jesus Christ.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
What is that?
When Ms. Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him.
And anything else over the course of that morning?
To myself and the female? Is she talking about, okay, if she's talking about Carrie Roberts, that's one thing. If she's talking about Katie McLaughlin, doesn't she know Katie? Or is that not Allie? What's the other one? Caitlin? Also, by the way, doesn't Caitlin work for the DOJ or the Attorney General? Like, wouldn't she, of all people, be the one who's like, hey, you guys, you got to break your phones. Like, hey, everybody, guess what? You're all about to be fucked. Caitlin knows her. Doesn't she drive all the kids around all the time? It's weird how she's using pronouns oddly, and I don't think it's a political thing this time.
Want to come back to you about that moment?
Yeah, she does, right?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
The other female.
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
Also, remember in the last trial, which we're not allowed to remember if we're looking at it from a jury side, but from the cat side, who I've already seen this shit a million times. Carrie and her were besties. We were besties. No, why would I call Karen? I called Carrie. She was my bestie. Like, oh yeah, I'm friends with her. I'm not friends with her. Well, this time it's like the female, the other woman, I guess Carrie. Remember, Carrie's the talker. Carrie's the one who behaves like this, but I barely know her. I've only met her once. Oh, Jesus.
I did, yeah.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
You know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Dude, she looks
Did you
just
speak
like
to him on the phone
Marcus.
before you went home or after?
Quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
She's got
After, did you
Marcus's
share any information
eyes,
with him?
No, not on the phone.
his bone
Did you return home?
structure.
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after.
Hold on. Is this them opening the door to Proctor, or did they already plan on having Proctor? I can't remember if he's on the witness list. They're going to have him back, right? They better. I want to see those fucking texts get read so bad.
Sure. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Oh. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay. Him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
Mm-hmm.
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
So he's still
That
trooper?
conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had.
You didn't fucking tell him? Cool. Especially since you were so calm and collected, I would think that you would have told them that, because that's a pretty big deal, especially when she supposedly said it 3 times, even though you repeated it twice, which was fucking weird. So he gets to be trooper, and John's still not officer in the transcript. Okay. That's
Another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Yeah,
Do you
come
know
on
what
in.
generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had.
Old boner bags, dude. I still can't get over that. Who fucking arrests a woman with a heart on? What a weirdo.
Remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
She's looking for Jimbo
As
Jones.
you're processing that morning, are you
Jimbo Jones,
trying
dude.
to
She is.
recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
She's looking for Jimbo.
I couldn't
Dude.
get it out of my mind.
The cartel's after Jen.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts, or anybody about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
She's mashing it.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who was Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Ms. Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Ms. Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I mean, I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. I mean, the car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Ms. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Kerry's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having a conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
So when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that? Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
In your piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
Introduce as an exhibit?
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Do this. I have no objection to the identification of it.
Okay, I'll see what's in
And we get a little sidebar. That means we get to catch up.
About what happened.
Oops. Here we go.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened, after that day, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Wait. We ain't gonna do this to AJ. We're gonna give him 1.25 out of respect. All right, here we go, ladies. Gentlemen, you too. Everyone, don't slide off your chairs.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment, and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms.
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception, and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed?
Hold on, bitch. Yesterday you said that you're not friends. Or no, it was 2 days ago. No, it was yesterday. It had to be yesterday. You said we're not friends. Now you've bonded through trauma. You trauma bonded? Did you fucking trauma bond over spring break, bitch? Oh my God. Oh my God. Also, this is one of the rare moments. I'm going to say this because I do see people say this a lot, and I'm not scolding, but let's not, I don't want to insult people with borderline personality disorder. I think people with BPD get Jenn. I think that they get Jenn. They have to be aware of the symptoms of Jenn. She's got Roman Reigns
perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022. How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we live
Bipolar
every
just
day.
means you're passionate in two ways. She was talking about borderline, and borderline is a hell of a thing to conquer or to just deal with. But goddamn, like I'm scared for borderline to get Jenn.
Karen called us for help, and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding,
yeah, we know,
is
we
the
know
glue that holds you together. Is this case correct?
Yes.
So that probably,
your mother get a haircut.
by definition, is the foundation of many of your conversations.
Fuck it, I'm gonna text Papa right
We've grown
now.
into friends where we talk about many
Come
other
on.
things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what kids are doing next week.
See if he'll come on
Yes,
right now.
and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a huge part of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Also, to be clear, I'm saying Jenn is so bad, she would make borderline personality disorder, like she would make it worse. Like I'd rather have borderline than have Jenn. You know what I mean? Whatever it is that Jenn has, this weird personality thing. It's weird. It's weird. It's very weird. Like something's going on with her. It's different. It's absolutely different.
Oh, it's fine. I believe it meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had.
Also, Nunya, I think you might have misunderstood what Angela was saying. She was saying you're not your disorder. She wasn't trying to be rude. And also, everyone make me a sandwich too. Nunya, don't say that. That's mean. That's like saying, it's okay to be corrected though. I get corrected all the time. I know Jen's scaring you. People correct me all the time. We have to live with correction. You know what I mean? Well, it's okay if you don't respect them, but you don't need to be mean to them here. I think counselors help people. Sometimes church helps people. I'm not religious, but I'm not going to shit on someone for going to church. Some people hate pills. They hate medication. And they say, I hate medicine. I don't want it. But we can't just shit on all doctors. We got to, let's be respectful. Well, you got to quit saying stuff like that, or I'm going to have to delete it because that's not very nice. But we're not going to hate on each other. Today we're here to hate on this bitch, on Jenn.
Had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Ms. Roberts's perceptions and her memories correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories? Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
And maybe I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No.
It was in 2025.
She's starting to flirt with Jackson a little bit. It's the beard, dude. It's the fucking beard.
Sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm going to talk about the time frames of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there,
Of
but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer, or Trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
Okay, update. I asked Popo what he's doing. And he said, what? Because he didn't know what WYD means. And I said, that means, what are you doing? He's so funny. And then I said, are you watching the trial? What's up, dude? And he said, his exact words are, LOL, glued to McCabe. And I said, same. She's so intense. What do you think? And he said, she's about to get slayed, dude. Okay. Update from Papa.
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony. Yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustain.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding?
Sustain.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, I'm sorry, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Okay, send me any questions you have for Papa, because he's responding to the texts right now, but I think he's sucked into the trial too much to pull away, and he's a little ahead of us. But I did tell him that we want to hear his perspective, and any particular day he'd like to come on, he can come watch it with us. And then I meant to say I'd personally love to see your live reactions, but it auto-corrected to I love you and want to see your love reactions. So then So then I corrected it and I was like, Jean, just totally ignore me. I'm so fucking dumb right now. That was autocorrect. Here's what I meant to say. Anyway, he gave me a thumbs up. He thinks Jen's fucking crazy. Let's see. If you have any questions for him, put them in the chat.
Sustain.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and were subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
Okay, I asked him questions. I asked him what condiment is his favorite. I told him, I'm guessing A1. He said LOL. I also asked him who he's looking most forward to hearing from and which trial's going better for Karen. And he said, let's talk later today. I'm stuck on Jenn McCabe. I said, okay. Fuck.
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Papa sucked in right now.
Nicole
He
is
said he'll
married to
answer the
Brian
questions
Albert.
later.
Yes. It was Brian Albert's home.
He said LOL
that
again.
you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th.
He refuses to answer the condiment question. There's too many. He likes them
Would you
all.
consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly, Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
Boom.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
Ooh.
Canton, yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department
Flirtation.
reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay.
Salsa
You're aware that
Friday.
Brian Albert,
That's a good one.
your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, is was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Oh, here we go.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yep.
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes, I got Titus Lockjaw in high school, and then I was voted most likely to cover up a murder. Also, Papa says hi. He's in a giddy mood watching Jenn McCabe. He thinks that she's about to get slaughtered, and I agree.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Dee, Coco, JJ.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial.
I told you guys, they have a huge fucking family tree. Just going through it alone to find that other fucking douchebag who fucked on us last year. God damn, that is the biggest family tree. Like, it is huge. You'd have thunk all these people were Irish Catholics who fucked all the time. Yikes.
Relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt.
Yeah,
and
Momo,
the
Mimi,
folks that we just
Popo.
talked about.
Yes.
El Loco, Hefe,
That family, that large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yeah.
We don't celebrate with Kevin and Chris. Ooh, why, honey? Why?
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are
Also, who was it in here who was wanting to figure out the Weeks dynasty? Jason, was it you? It was somebody was in here and they were saying that they needed to figure out specific names. So we have a Tom and a Denise and a Shelley.
I'm not
There
going to
you
go through
go.
all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins.
She's like, 'cause
nephews,
they're Jewish
aunts,
and we
uncles.
don't know what that
There's
is.
A combination of familial relations
Bobo.
within that
Bobo.
set of
Bobo
folks
and
that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you.
You have a Bobo that's doing works? All right, I'll shut up while AJ's talking. I'm sorry. It's the fan soon, so we can fuck around. Here we go.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Kenton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
Jen's dad is Tommy Weeks.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks.
I
that we
don't
just
know,
talked about.
Ryan.
Yes.
Tom.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Why, of
Go on
course,
vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Wait a minute. Why did he say the one on the 28th? What is that about? That was kind of weird. Was that AJ throwing slight shade? What's on the 28th?
That large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like
Was
the
it a
one on the
birthday?
28th.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Special.
I'm so wackadoo right now. I haven't gotten my squirms in or my smokes. So, yeah, I guess it was baby Brian's birthday. Okay. Interesting.
Events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
Yeah.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You
Except-
also said that
except Chris and Kevin.
you and your words liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of
Cece's.
January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
You know what the dope thing about Cece's is? It's not actually that they'll make you a pizza no matter what kind. You just have to ask, and it's part of the buffet. And it's not even the fact that it's a buffet or that it's so cheap or that there's games and that the food's not really that bad. The coolest thing about Cece's is when you walk in, everyone is required to go, "Hi, welcome to Cece's." And I was such a little shit. Like, if I had a bad day at school and like it happened to fall on a Cece's day, which is like once a month, we go to Cece's like for when it was around. And this might have even been, was it even Cece's or was it Peter Piper? Because Peter Piper did the same thing. They used to do that. They used to be like, "Hi, welcome to Peter Piper Pizza." I just remember going in and out of the doors to make them do it multiple times, which as an adult is like so stupid. It's like, oh my God, those poor people probably wanted to fucking put a gun in their mouth. But for me, it was like, oh my God, they love that I'm here. It was like a wrestling entrance. And regardless of which restaurant it was, they did that. They like had to say it to you. So it's really fun for me to walk into a Cece's. I like that is a great memory because no matter what, they have to pretend they're happy you're there. And I fucking love that. I would pay for that. Like, I would pay for that. You know, imagine every room you enter, everyone stopped and went, "Hi, you're the fucking best, you stupid bitch. We love you." I'd be like, "Yes, dude." It's so thrilling. Oh, every time a Walmart greeter, I just want to cry and hold them and be like, "Do you want to come home with me? Do you want to have lunch? I'll make you lunch."
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabe's, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
Because of the blizzard. Exactly. Where were
January
we were at the
28th,
donut? 2/8.
2022.
Still don't know what kind of donuts. Does anyone have a guess?
Members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there's some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right? Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very.
I think that he could save a lot of time here. This is the only time, because I'm not trying to tell AJ how to do his job. He knows what the fuck he's doing. But what I would ask that I think would get past Bev, and I mean, fuck it. I tried to go to law school. I wanted to. It was just too fucking boring. But like, I'm going to be honest with you. I think a better line of questioning here would have just been like, are you related to any Boston police officers? Are you related to any Massachusetts state troopers? If so, how? Done. Then she has to say all their names.
Family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
Like all their
There's
names.
also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right? Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Right?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie, who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department.
See, because this right now he had to go through the timeline, which we had to do on this channel, and that fucking sucked. It's very hard to follow. So he just said it all, right? But I really want to hear her have to say what she actually corrected him. That looked bad for her. Like, does anybody else think that, or am I the only one? Because I'm sitting here going, he's asking her who Elizabeth is best friends with. If I were Jenn McCabe and I were trying to be elusive and sneaky, I would be like, I don't fucking know. I don't know that bitch, right? But she slipped up and was like, no, actually, she's friends with this person, who's friends with this person, who's friends with my sisters. You know what I mean? Like, girl, you know too much. Now you've just proven that you were aware this whole time that there was that connection. So I'm glad she said that, but I still would have rather heard her say, you know, imagine it. He goes, how many cops are in your family? Can you name them? Well, let's see. There's Brian, there's Kevin, there's blah, 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 blah. Like, she has to list it all. And then he could say, how are they related? And that is the same one from this case. And that is the same one. I would have liked to see that, but whatever. He has his own style. That's cool.
There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them. Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
All right, get a good look at what everyone's wearing. There's Erin. She is next to Paul. She's wearing a very nice green. And she's sitting closer to this lady than him. And he's spreading right now. But he's got his arm here because he's like, can I touch your thigh still? And she's like, don't fucking touch me. All right, here we go. 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
Are we caught up that much to where we could just get right back into it? Fuck. Oh, we're close. We're close. What are we looking at right now? How long was that? Oh, shit. Look at that. She said 20 minutes, and we're at 21 minutes. Bev is late. Bev is late. Okay. So, they should be popping back in any time now. All right, let's check in with you guys. How are you doing? Did Papa say anything else? I don't think so. I thought he was ahead. I think he's behind. I think he's catching up. Yeah, I think he's catching up. Fuck. And I have a comedy show that I need to fucking work on a set for. How long is this fucking trial supposed to last? How long is Jenn McCrabb going to be on the fucking thing? Let's see. Oh, shit. She really does look like Marcus. Yeah, Papa's watching. He's figuring it out. He's watching. All right. He's not going to tell us the condiment. He's not. he's not as forthright as Duty Ron with personal things like socks and condiments. That's a type of trust that we have to earn. And so be it, we will earn it. But you're not going to know until it's time. And then you'll know his condiments. I was like, are you watching this? Love? What did I say? So we just want to know your love reaction. Jesus. He's like, what are you watching? Fucking Love Island? AJ has a shit ton to go through with her, so a good while yet, I would wager. Oh, we got a thumbs up. We got a thumbs up. We're gonna talk later today. We'll get something scheduled so that you can know. Ooh, a telemarketer. I should have answered. We could have done a prank while we wait. I pulled a Britney last night and cut off all my hair. I didn't shave it all the way off. Ooh, damn. So you just got choppy with it. So you kind of technically you pulled a what was that movie? No, Amber Tunney did shave her head in that movie. You did a Michelle Williams? Oh my god. Why you gotta rain on my hot sauce, Brie? You think it's hot sauce, Rabbit? It could be hot sauce. He lives in Florida. Usually when people dedicate their lives to Florida, it's because they're into like really spicy food and alligator and sunburns. So I could see that. I'm not gonna hate on it. Pumpkin, was it freeing? Was it freeing? I can't do that. I have psoriasis. It would be horrible. I would look like a crusty panty head. I would look like my head would look, it'd just be bad, I would look like some sort of old cheese, like something. Golf. Oh yeah, golf is really big. Golf is really, really big. You have an afro? That's fucking sick. Also, we didn't kick Nanya Business out permanently, did we? Angela, I'm sorry if she offended you. But, bipolar people can get moody, and that's okay. I just hope that she's okay, She really hates counselors. I feel that, I really hate the moon. She got a little sassy, but it's okay. People can get sassy sometimes. I just want to make sure she's not blocked forever or something. I don't know if someone kicked her out or not, or if she just took a moment. Is she okay? Did you feel the chick? Yeah, that's it. Empire Records. That's Amber Tunney. I was wondering. I was like, I think she did shave her head in that eventually. Oh, Nunya got real mad. She doesn't like counselors. And she was a little rude to Angela, I think. I don't know. I need to go back and get it in context. You think Nunya's a boy? Oh, well, Nunya, he got rude. Or they. We'll say they until we know, right? They could be in between, and we want to be respectful. Or beyond. Do you guys like Beyond Burgers? Do you think Nunya's a dude? I thought Nunya was a girl. That's my own repressed social media phobia. No, what would that be? I don't know. I don't know why. It's because it's Taylor's business. It's Taylor's fault. Yeah, Dad tries to be perceptive in the comments, but sometimes I have to go back and I'm like, what happened? And it's like, I think it was a misunderstanding. But then they were like, oh, no misunderstanding here. I fucking hate counselors. It's like, damn. And Angela just said she's a counselor. And I'm like, respect. And it's like, oh, I fucking hate that shit. It's like, well, come on. And then they're like, they all suck. Fucking don't like them. It's like, God damn it. Well, that's just mean. Like, or they're useless. Said something. I don't remember. I think it was a misunderstanding. I think that they were just being fussy. Yeah, just earlier. You guys missed that shit. But you know what? Sometimes people have fussy mornings. Like I do that. Where I'm like, fuck the moon and fuck this shit. And I think that they misunderstood. Angela was saying, you are not your disorder. You are not your condition. Yeah, that's what you were saying. She was saying, I'm not depression. Don't want them to only see themselves as a disorder. She was being nice and saying, like, you are not your disorder. You have a disorder. You are not your disorder. And I probably said something like, they are borderline or they are bipolar. And I probably should have said they have borderline or they have bipolar. Can you say possessed? No, that sounds like possessed. But that's just me having bad speech. And I blame public education in Texas. So again, we blame the governor. I've said that to somebody before. Yeah, it's a nice thing to say. I hate to hear someone say that was so bipolar. Yeah. Like that, like, some people will say, well, because earlier someone did say something about Jenn exhibiting borderline, not exhibiting tendencies. I don't remember. It was a comment. And I try not to break it down too bad. I try to look at it like, I think this is what they meant to say, given the benefit of the doubt. But then sometimes people come and correct you and they go, no, I said that and I fucking meant it. It's like, well, goddamn, be chill. Yeah, I think it was, I hope they come back as well. I think it was a misunderstanding, but I also gotta respect Angela's point. That is a good point, Rabbit, I saw a shirt with a goose behind bars and it said, got too silly. And like the goose got too silly. Yeah, and I was trying to say that too earlier. Because what the confusion is? Some people say, yeah, Angela wasn't being mean. She was being kind. But you know what the confusion is? Some people say BPD, and I wonder if this was it. And so, just the overall confusion. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe someone said BPD, or maybe I said it. It doesn't matter. Some people, because borderline personality disorder is BPD, right? And bipolar disorder, some people say BPD, and people get those mixed up, and then they'll throw out a symptom for one or the other, and then it causes a whole ruckus, and that happens all the time in chats. I've seen it happen so much, and I'm like, can somebody fucking clarify this? So this is me clarifying. When it comes to making statements regarding if you're talking about it, or if that's a subject matter, or if somebody that we're watching has it, or if you're sharing that you have it, let's spell those two out just to be safe. And I'll make it a point to do the same. I mean, we shouldn't be talking about that too much because we're not a psych channel, but we do talk abnormal psych sometimes, and sometimes we talk about symptoms and behavioral displays of behavior and what that's reminiscent of. And sometimes that can be because we have family members who have, they are not, but they have that sort of shit. And it's like, okay, and some of us have that sort of shit. We possess it, but we are not it. And I really like that, Angela. That's a good point. But anyway, when it comes to BPD, every time anybody talks about that, you really do say in your head, a lot of people will say that I say it. I'm like, oh, fuck, which one are they talking about? Because they're actually two very different things. And you don't want to ever, piss someone off or offend anyone. Although life is really full of experiences where life is a never-ending offense that we're all just kind of apologizing for or trying to figure out how to do better at. That's life. It's just offensive. Just existing is offensive. Or we have had the experience. Yes, exactly. What do you think about the court overruling Austin's weed law? I think it's bullshit, and I blame the governor. And good luck with that, because this town they built this city on THC and dreams. Like, that is literally Austin. I meant shirt. Did you say shit? You meant shirt. I'm a normal functioning crazy person. Dude, you can be a functional alcoholic. You can be a functional grandmother. You can be a functional fucking weed head. You can be a functional dog. Everything functions. I have my ups and downs and my diagnosis, and I'm all set to go. That's fun. I like that. That could be a good jingle. Same here, Pumpkinhead. Weed law. What do you what's your specialty? You're a lawyer? Oh, yes, weed law. And you're just in a green suit and you're like, you just straighten your lapels. Then you flip your hair back and then you go, and then smoke comes out and then you walk into court. Existing is very offensive. Just existing and being and executing life, offensive. It's going to be offensive to someone. Someone over there is always going to be offended by how we do it, and we're always going to be offended how they do it, and people are going to be offended that I get offended when people wear fucking sandals and I can see their feet. I'm like, what are you fucking doing? Putting your feet on the back of a seat on a plane or near me or around me, or taking your shoes off in a fucking restaurant? I will chop you in half. I will half you with a machete. Get the fuck out of my face. somebody tells me I have to walk behind a man or I'm not allowed to drive, I'm gonna get real fucking offended. But at the same time, when they're all fighting each other, I'm gonna go, hey, don't hurt each other. And that is, we're all a big contradiction. We're all fucking hypocrites. We're all offensive. We're all offended. And that's why you gotta get Folgers in your cup because you're always fucking up. God forbid, if you're proud of yourself. So, have I told you guys about, I'm not going to say who, but an older male figure in my life once said, in response to a dear friend of mine who's going to gay pride parade. He's like, what the fuck do you have to be proud of? And it was so funny because it had nothing to do with the gays, with being gay. It was just him specifically. What do you fucking have to be proud of? And we both laughed very, very hard. We all laughed very, very hard. Even he wasn't offended because he's like, good point. You know, what the fuck? He's like, you don't have a fucking job. Your life's fucking, aren't you on crack right now? It's like, oh fuck. Weed agriculture. That's just agriculture, hun. That's just plants. You sure it's not horticulture? It's specific to weed? Is that a minor or is that a major? I feel icky when I'm pleased with myself. I blame society. Well, you should. And you should feel great that you feel icky because at least you feel. What the fuck was that? Jenn McCabe is fucking with my head. Marcus did it always. We have a weed degree at URI. Is this one of those Mike Hunt things? You're not going to get me. Yeah, but I'm gay. Well, you're grounded. You're grounded for being pleased with yourself, not for being gay. You are high. I went to University of North Texas, and we had coffee cups and it said UNT, but then the handle's black, and so it just looks like it says cunt. They sold out all the time. He's in Michigan where it's legal. I'm Misha some weed. You mean they're trying to take our weed in Austin? How will they get it? How will they get it? What is it Marcus said earlier? Let's watch Marcus again. Can we watch Campfire Banter one more time? It was so good. It's so good. While we wait. Just while we wait, okay? They won't. They won't get it. Yeah. Marcus. Yes. More Marcus. This is Jenn McCabe. Burning the evidence.
Well, I warned you about it. Here, I'm pulling you out. I'm grabbing you. Ugh. Are you okay?
You saved my life.
He didn't do anything. He literally did not do anything.
You saved my life.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Fredrickson, you didn't do anything.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi, Marcus. I think you're on drugs. I think you might be on fentanyl.
Wow.
Where's he going?
I saw Marcus do a really cool ship at my entrance. I gotta do the same thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was sick, Marcus. That was really sick. Or sorry, Shabama Bob.
Let me do it again. Let me do it again.
Okay. Okay.
How did he do it?
I don't know. He just does a
Don't
flip.
disrespect me again, Robert.
I'm sorry, Marcus. It was a mistake. My bad, man. My bad, Marcus. I don't want any trouble.
You ruined my mood.
Okay.
My happy little tinkly mood.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I'll be nicer next time.
Home Depot to get more tortilla chips.
They have tortilla chips at Home Depot, huh? That's crazy. I didn't know that. All right. See ya, Marcus.
See my stamina roll? I worked so hard on it.
Oh, you did it.
They think they can get me.
Who thinks they can get you?
You think they stand a chance?
I
have my middle finger. It's going to go right into their little hole.
That's your thumb, Marcus. Marcus, no offense, but you lost
if
the fight.
They try anything silly.
You lost the fight to a rat, Marcus. Holy shit! What the fuck are you doing here?
Hello.
Hey. How have you been, Marcus?
I hope I'm not intruding.
No, not at all.
No, it's fine, Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you gonna say anything or?
You gotta watch out, Robert.
Okay, why is that, Marcus?
This place is a dangerous place.
Aren't you a wanted felon?
I don't like this one.
What? Wait, why not?
What's wrong with him?
A lot, but why not?
Are you going in the Don't do that! He just killing himself. He does this sometimes.
No.
Okay.
Help him.
I'm trying to. You have your arms. Can't you fucking...
I'm in agony. Robert Malecki.
Rob, I don't know. Marcus, come here, please.
Marcus, why'd you jump in the fire?
Oh, you're such a cute. Oh.
You saved my life.
Yeah, I did. Oh.
Listen here, Robert. I know you might be skeptical. This one's a keeper.
You just told me that I should avoid him.
That's a good one.
Okay, but you do I keep him or do I not? He's not even gonna fucking say anything. He's just gonna walk away.
And
why is he running?
He has his people to go to, I guess.
Does he fly?
Bye, Marcus.
Marcus? Shabama Bob?
Well, man, you're really quiet.
Shabama, you're supposed to be... Oh, my bad. Shabama Bob, Marcus?
Looks like.
It's not what it looks like. We're not doing drugs. We're doing DMT. It's different, okay? Marcus got me DMT, okay?
Hear me out, Robert.
It's not drugs.
So fucking high.
I'm here doing at work, fixing this computer.
Marcus, that's not a computer. If you guys want to smoke, that's fine. You don't have to pretend like you're not smoking.
It has an AMD processor.
You don't have to lie to me.
Wait.
There's no point.
Marcus, let me take a hit. Let me feel the cooticores. Give me the cooticores.
Okay. Shabama Bob.
That's some good DMT.
Marcus, what the hell are you doing in this haunted ass place?
Robert.
Hey, Marcus.
I'm here looking for the nearest Walgreens.
You're looking for... I'm going to be honest. I don't think they have a Walgreens.
I have a
here.
25% off coupon per can soup.
I need 1 second. Sorry. This is my friend. He gets...
Also want some soup?
I don't know if this is like an analogy for something, but Marcus, I don't think they have a Walgreens in the Resident Evil 4 village.
Canned soup.
I know what soup is. I Marcus, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they have it here.
They have chicken.
I mean, they might have chickens. Yeah.
Chicken noodle soup.
No, Marcus, I understand what soup is, but look at this place,
Do you
man.
like chicken noodle soup?
I love chicken noodle soup.
She's cute, right?
Wow.
I like Marcus.
Oh, he's a really nice guy. Marcus, thanks. You're really helping
me like that.
Okay, Marcus, look, I'm on a date. I'm sorry, I don't know where a Walgreens is, but like I said, I am on a date right now, Marcus, and I think it's going pretty well.
Oh.
Hey guys, can you help me? Am I here? Here I am. Can you guys help me write some questions for what to ask when I call back Scientology? Because okay, so I did call them back 2 days ago, but I didn't record it. And it was just letting them know that I'm still at the Denver airport. But I kind of want to like give that some time and pretend that I've lived there for about a week and then call back at night. But for a day, like what if we called Wincourt? Because it's still a fan. So like what if we call when there's big long court breaks? We'll just check in with them and I can just like ask them what it's about and like get to know how long it takes to get clear. Okay. But I also kind of want to be a little naive about it. Like I want to like, cause I really don't know shit about it other than that it's, actually I know everything about it. It's really terrifying, but, it like, I've never asked a Scientologist. Like, it's always like, well, I guess, okay. So I was dating one for a long time, but like he hid it from me and he was hot. So I just ignored it. Do they believe in heaven? Okay. That's a good one. Like, I really like, if I got to sit down with one that I wasn't fucking, like what would I ask them? And like so many things, like do you have to wear khakis, like shit like that? And these are good. Like what would you ask? Do you know Jimbo Jones is really good? That's really good. I did ask them where was Shelly and they got pretty weird about it. No, because I don't want to. I want to ask them about Sea Org, but I have to wait on that one. They have a Make-A-Wish program is really really good. What about John Cena? Do you know who John Cena is? Are you glad that he turned heel? John, what do you think about the John Cena heel turn? She's suppressive, not suspicious. I know that much, but we have to pretend, so we'll call her suspicious. I'll be like, fucking, I hated King of Queens. I'll just say shit like that. That's if they believe in heaven. That was the other one. Do you believe in heaven? So we're not gonna call it a prank call. We'll call it an OSINT mission. It's an inquiry. We're auditing them. We'll audit the Scientologists. We'll audit them. Cult against cult. Cult on cult. I think it's legal too. I'm allowed to audit. Do you believe in heaven? I'm also going to ask him, do you believe in life after all? I can feel something inside myself. I really don't think Marcus is long enough for the Vatican. Be like, are you sad the Pope died? Did you do it? Okay. What's up with the Vatican? That's a good one.
No, all the shelves are empty. Okay.
No, I'll just say this. I'll go. And what about the Vatican? I'll just throw that in. No context whatsoever. Just what about it? You ever thought about it? That's good.
I think I fit.
No, yeah, you I think you look great in your little compartment there, Marcus. All right,
you don't like it.
No, I never said I don't like it.
Yeah, we'll get some squirms and lurks.
Shut up, Robert.
Okay.
Don't piss him
Me a
off.
kiss.
I don't know what I did.
I'll see you later, Marcus.
They probably, here's the thing, they probably have no stance on human trafficking because we're all aliens, remember? So it's alien trafficking. It's different.
All right. See you later, Marcus.
Dude, that's how you know a motherfucker has power, is if he has his own post office. Like the whole office, the Pope has that? Shit.
There goes running again.
Rome be wildin'. Okay, we're back to Fan. All right, so here's what I got for you. While we wait on Fan, and I'm not allowed to legally play Misbehaving. Running around the house with a pickle in my mouth. I wore lipstick, I got caught shaving. Just two little country kids out there misbehaving. I like when they say crick. Going down the creek with the crawling. I don't know. It's a fucking good. It's good ass shit, dude. It's good shit. Hold on. Righteous Germstones. So fucking funny. All right, let's see. Share this tab instead. Here we go. We're going to rewatch the hunt for Jimbo Jane till court comes back because are they against the gays? Well, the old Pope wasn't. All the popes before were. Oh, Scientologists. Oh, dude. It's Hollywood. It's Will Smith and Jada are in it. Of course they love the gays. I think they hide that they're gay, though. We'll ask, are you pro-gay? Are you gay? I'll just ask them that. You gay, dude? Yo, dude, you gay? I'll just ask that. I'll be like, can you smoke weed? Bisexual. Like, bye. It's gross how what they did to Clearwater. How is that allowed? What'd they do there? They basically own it. I mean, it's Florida. It's pretty bad. You know? It's pretty bad. I don't know how much more they could fuck it up. It's got alligators. All right, let's watch Marcus hunt for Jimbo Jeans till court comes back. We still got Fan.
Marcus, I told you can't come into work.
How have you been?
I'm good, Marcus, but I really don't think you should come into my job. I'm no offense, but everywhere you go
here
is
to make amends with the cartel.
the cartel. Marcus,
They've taken Jimbo James.
who is Jimbo James? Who is Jimbo James? Marcus, what are you doing?
Don't shoot me, stop.
Hey, do you guys mind? All right, I'm trying to. I'm listen.
Tried putting this thing in my anus.
I'm sorry.
Marcus, please. Marcus, please.
It didn't work.
We need to talk. All right, Marcus. I can't have you showing up to work, man.
I wonder if they have hemorrhoid cream around here.
We do. We have it. Would you like me to take you to the... Where are you going? Would you like me to take you to the aisle, Marcus? It's not your size. It's not your size.
What the fuck?
What do you mean, what the fuck? Look, Marcus, all right? Whatever you need, we'll put in a cart. Look, no offense, but wherever you go is very accident prone. A lot of bad things happen when you're around, and I'm at work, and I really can't afford... But you're inside of me, Marcus. I can't afford to get fired, all right? Look, I'll even give you a discount, all right? I'll give you an employee discount.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you need?
Jimbo James.
I don't know who Jimbo James is. Is there any reason to believe that Jimbo James can be inside this Kmart?
You don't understand what Jimbo James has done.
Okay. Look, I'll go around and
the cartel can't be reasoned with. I'm here to make amends.
Oh, okay. Look, do you want me to go over the intercom and ask if anyone's seen a Jimbo? Where are you going?
That rat.
What rat? Oh, there is a rat.
Hello. Welcome to Kmart.
What's happening?
Robert, help.
What? What happened? Excuse me. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave,
I
please.
failed.
You didn't do anything. You just tripped over it. Hi, Marcus.
There's been numerous injuries.
So, oh shit, is it back? Okay, it's back. Hold on. I was just about to read you the story that was linked to it, but now court is back. I don't know what was going on. It said something unusual inside the courtroom. 7 minutes ago. There appears to be something happening in the court right now, but we're not sure exactly what it is. Court remains in recess following a morning break. Here's how NBC Sue O'Connell was one of the meeting. Okay, hold on. During the break, there was a lot of activity in and out of the judge's chambers. I could hear the judge, which I usually can't. Then they cleared us from the courtroom. We usually hang around there during the break. When they called the counsel and close families. Then the families came out and the court officers cleared for a second. They told us we had to be on the first floor. It was a public building, so we could stay there. The only people allowed on the second floor now are the counsel and anyone who has a case in the other courtroom. Interesting. So they cleared the room out? Confusion in courtroom as everyone but close family and lawyers are ordered out. 15 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, everyone was asked to leave. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Could you guys hear everything I was saying when I was reading it, or did I just read that to myself? Yeah, so they kicked everyone out but the family and anybody who has a case.
Thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McKay back in here? Oh. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton, you knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated I need 10 minutes to get ready. Between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, it could show me.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand up on the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband.
Right.
Come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Miss Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked yes or no.
uptown, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What'd they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was your
correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question.
Not about an ice cream truck.
It's like if the ice cream truck pulled up and it just ran over my fucking friend and he was just fucking dead on the fucking lawn and I just had to deal with that situation. It's like that. But instead of fucking helping him, I go and I order fucking ice cream. It's just that. It's no big deal.
An argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next
In
question.
kind? Jen, you are not your disorder.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second,
But you are Marcus.
about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you.
Yeah, quit looking at the jury, you weirdo.
Perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
No.
Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions.
Yeah.
After you gave that answer to those law enforcement
It's like Twisted Metal Black, you know? And you got this big
officers,
fucking clown and
separate law enforcement agency.
this bitch. I need to know what ice cream she got. The Ninja Turtles.
They
'Cause
asked
she likes to
you,
bite the
is there
eyes out.
anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true?
Was it
the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
So pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. Did you contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No,
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
it's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a
explain,
different
if I
way.
could
Truth.
explain,
Let me ask
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
It's a white lie.
The agents asked you. I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact,
Never move on.
did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door?
Mm-hmm.
They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry.
Language, says Bev.
Agency. That law enforcement agency.
Bev is like,
the
Mama, watch
members
your
of that law
mouth.
enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted. between the time
Contacted
they
you.
First telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they
Get it
then
to
asked you,
put in.
did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
I think
And you
Jeffree
said
Star already does that.
no.
Bitch, I'm
Is that
messy.
correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest.
Yo. Did she just announce that she's going to be honest? Oh, no. As a juror, I go, as opposed to what you've been fucking do. I'm just going to be completely honest, as in just now. Oh, shit. That was a bad choice of words, Jennifer. Here's another thing. I'm just going to be completely honest. I thought these two officers dressed like officers who had guns on their hips. I just thought they were there to sell me fucking Thin Mints. I just wanted the Thin Mints. I didn't know. I said to myself, oh my God, is it Girl Scout season already? I'm just going to be completely honest. I thought they were with Mary Kay. And I said, I need a new blush. I need a new blush for trial. And I opened the door and they said, freeze, cunt. And then I fucking clipped them. I clipped them with I did a chop. God damn, she's about to change the game. What else happened on your Iliad, on your Odyssey of an adventure that day, Jen? Because it seems to get longer and crazier the more you're allowed to talk. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why that's right, we had an interrogation and interviews professor at my school. And let me tell you something. This is why he said you always just shut the fuck up and let them talk and ask open-ended questions, because they'll go on and on and they'll go on and they'll say things like, and I wanted the new aura. And I said, oh, everybody, Julie has shock and horror. I want shock and horror. This is insane, dude. I'm just going to be honest. I thought he was a Girl Scout. And I said, I'm a cookie monster. You know me. I'm the cookie monster. Carrie, she's Oscar the Grouch. What, bitch? I'm pulling this back a little. And I will not pause it again. We're going to listen to this whole thing in full, because this could be a lo-fi.
Enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry, they asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one person can talk in a town.
You said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some
Objection,
phone
Your
calls.
Honor. This is
That-
not
that's
responsive.
so. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Benson.
Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes,
Subsequent to that,
because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That-
not
that's
responsive.
so. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Benson.
Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes,
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence. Be mindful of that.
They reversed.
Next, yes.
So they're going sidebar. Let's see. We might be caught up by now.
Contacted the district,
Let's go back a little.
No for
Oh, shit.
maybe
It's about to get rowdy. We're only 1 minute behind. That's a record. We're doing good. God damn, dude. This is getting spicy as shit. It's getting spicy as shit. Michael Shannon's, he's fucking into it. Everyone's into it. His luggage has his computer on it? That's pretty smart. That is sick. All right, here we go.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know the
I
number?
know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying,
Objection.
I'll allow that.
correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further. Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by.
See, this is what fucking pisses me off. Who were all those people he named? Family. What was the first question he asked? You went to meet with family. What did she do? She corrected him. And then he has to go through it all. And she goes, yes, yes, yes. So just fucking answer it correctly the first time, you fucking bitch. That would annoy the fuck out of me if I was a juror. That is what Casey Anthony did. That's what Jodi Arias did. And that's what Sarah Huckabee Sanders likes to do. It's fucking annoying.
And Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up?
Yes.
And Brian Albert showed up?
Yes.
You previously indicated
Hi,
that
Claudia.
Higgins' boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to
Tristan?
be better for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening?
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that
The
right?
shank?
Okay. And ultimately, at the
goddamn.
waterfall,
That was
John O'Keefe
weird.
and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay.
Bitch, you are the definition of drunk. What are you talking about?
You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at that, I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the
A bar stool is literally a landmark when you're Jenn McCabe.
I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't.
Oh my God. They're about to get into the fight. Did JFK and Baby James bleed over? Did it happen? Has Action Jackson been watching his nephew's fucking content? Oh my God. I think AJ's been watching The Product, you guys. Oh shit. Remember last time when they're like, nah, we good. We ain't got shit to, don't worry about it. This time they're like, yo, what's up? We just want to pull up and say Matt Hardy knows. If they're bringing this into it, are they about to, is Kevin from Boston about to make an appearance in this trial? Oh my God, you guys get your coffee ready.
Really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Dude, Matt Hardy.
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it. Yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like
Grab
doing it
ass.
with them as well.
Okay.
Just grab
so
ass.
the
Say it
first
again.
part is,
Hey,
I'm not
bitch.
asking, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't. If we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Dude.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking.
Tell him fucking pull up, dude. Tell him pull the fuck up. Let's do it.
You remember them swearing off on one another, playing, but swearing off on one another.
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appears
Touching on each other and shit.
some fighting skills.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they were punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see
I saw them together. It's blurry and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't
Did he do the people's elbow? Was there a pop-up power bomb? Like, did anybody get DDT'd? Like, what happened here, bitch? Clothesline lariat? What's going on, Jen? Tell us the deeds.
in their holding hands. Right?
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones. Right?
They were engaging with each other playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully
It was an entanglement with August, I think is what she's trying to say.
grabbing each other, like fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one.
Oh, she tried to fuck on your man. Oh, this is new. Oh, we're going back. Oh, Karen got underneath Matt and said, pin me. It was crazy. She's trying to be Miss Elizabeth now? Or are you trying to be Sherry? Who are you trying to be right now, Jen?
And grapple with one another. Like they were punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see
I saw them together. It's blurry and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands. Right?
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones. Right?
They were engaging with each other playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, like fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian. Brian Higgins and Brian Albert.
Yeah, we're going back again. And let me just rudely interrupt to say, Jen is so fucking badass. Like, as a villain, as a heel. Oh my God. This bitch, God, what a cool broad. What a cool lady. What a fun, hilarious, just what a sweetie, you know? And just like, hey, what an imagination she's got. She's just, what a little angel. She's so fucking bad that it's like, oh, this bitch is good. Like, she's good at what she does. Is this bitch? She's so fucking hateable. Dude, her versus MJF. I want to see it. Book it. She's the Iron Sheik in the middle of the war. She's so good at this. She's like, I'll just make up some more fucking shit. Karen tried to fuck Matt. What, bitch? She's Tiffany Pollard. She might really be New York, dude. That's a thing. That's why I have a hard time hating on this bitch, because I'm like, dude, she's just like, let's fucking spice up this gabagool. You guys forgot the fucking spicy parm? Bitch, watch this. Fucking, she tried to fuck Matt. Boom, boom, every fucking time. And then we threw some pepper on it. Oh, you did? Oh, yeah. And then we put some fucking lady fingers, and I fucking broke every single one myself personally. Like, whoa, bitch. She is sensational Sherry. She's like, let me take my shoe off, cause a ruckus, throw it under the ring, roll out, do this, and pretend I had no fucking part in it. She is Eddie Guerrero, Latino heat, in the middle of like, I'm going to pretend I got hit, fall down, throw the title in his arms, and let him take the fall. She's sucking on that Polish Springs like it was my biological dad and mom in the fucking 80s, dude. She is on that shit. This is nuts. And I say that with love. I love my parents. What the fuck is she on? Does she think that she is at Coachella? What is happening right now? Did she do DMT? And then she got underneath Matt and she booped his fucking nose. And that's when I said, bitch, it's on. And I grabbed a pipe.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
I'm nervous.
City guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Big boys.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakifis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot, like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, this is your. Yeah, I'll take care of that. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
No, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a.
Identification's fine.
Thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
For identification.
Thank you. Just while you're on it. Okay.
Girl, if you spend that much time lying, you're gonna get a chipped tooth. She's lying through her teeth. Remember that?
Your Honor, with the
It'll
court's
fuck 'em
permission,
up
I'm going to show a
eventually.
different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved with the court's permission. It's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes,
What is that?
that is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. Okay, approach. Yes. Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered.
Fentanyl, Reggie. He's on fentanyl. I'm just kidding. He's
Okay,
on the
that's
house part.
directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. I mean, here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It'd be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front the window, the straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You've been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case.
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay. What exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, well, correct?
We would
ultimately, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay. What exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Hmm. Usually you separate yourself from them, right? Especially in all the mafia movies. She talks like a fucking mafia don, dude. She's like a what is it? Not a guma, but the first lady, whoever Edie Falco is, she talks like that shit, dude. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. I gotta go back. I'm sorry. It's like, wait, bitch, what? This is all very new, right? Is it okay to go back somewhere? Like, I'm like tripping right now. What, bitch? I don't want to go back that far, but damn. Like, what'd y'all do to Higgy?
Investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Right?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you had spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, we were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked.
Dude, this is like when Skylar broke bad and she was like, fuck it. Let's just traffic meth. We'll just get a car wash. Fucking Walt. This is when Skylar broke bad, dude.
Talk to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Hi, Amber. We're watching the Queen of Mean do her thing.
About the location of the SUV in front of the house.
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Is it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have...
Yeah, I know, dude. This is your Ash Wednesday. This is your Ashhole Wednesday. Damn, dude. Dude, this is... Let me tell you something, Amber KR. The story has changed. Jenn is the Odyssey. She is Homer. She wrote the Iliad. She knows what she's fucking doing, all right? She's carving pathways. This bitch has played so much Candy Crush.
Your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there, yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lang.
Oh my God, Bella's mom. Girl, I didn't realize you got down like that. Damn. Oh, my feelings are hurt on behalf of Jenn. That is fucked. You're fucked up. That's funny though. I'm scared of you, bitch.
Back and have Officer Lang come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lang. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, during that conversation or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family. My sister, my brother-in-law, wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them?
like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not. No.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, okay? I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Did you separate or not?
At one point, when Mike Blank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April.
April. Yes, yes.
2022?
Yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right?
it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an ante room?
An ante room, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
waiting for testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Here we
Chloe.
fucking
What kind
go.
of dog was Chloe?
Justice
German
for
Shepherd.
Chloe.
Was it
Justice for
Do you
Chloe.
know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and
Here we go.
Shepherd?
Here we go.
No.
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Very good girl.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
it's a
Shepherd.
full size, yeah.
Big Hoogan.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34th View. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34th.
Yes.
Where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
You said my client was screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her?
Yes.
Shut up, shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have
dog.
you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert or anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers. Yeah. Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers? Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. if you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mhm. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3, force permission? Okay. Thank you. And can you enhance that? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Not to ask you, and I apologize, Mr. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Huh?
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time,
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, sorry, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
So
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is,
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car,
The-
truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly went, saw Miss Reed's car, and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Bonnie, she was in the house.
Yes,
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
correct,
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
correct,
She was in the house when everybody came home from came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house. Very time we're talking about, right?
Yes,
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information that Julie Nagel was a recipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night?
What are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m. 12:23 a.m. Sounds right.
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mary, take a look at that transcript, that call. You can read that to yourself. I like to
I'd like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to
Yes. Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything you've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection of the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I remember. I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yes, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
System.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside.
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according, not according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nichols' truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nichols' truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV, so just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it.
Okay.
You saw Brian Nichols' truck. Then you saw Higgins' Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nichols' truck, or was it between the two of them? This is a question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess, and if you can, you can follow up right behind the jurors, and we'll stay up here 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Well. Perfect timing. So I get back from the Hugin, and it's lunch. And it's fucking lunch. I think, right? What did they say? Oh, I don't want to go all the way back. What'd they say? Let's see what they said. May as well.
Exact location.
But there's no question in
Lunchtime?
your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Higgins'
Okay.
truck.
Yeah, so they established where the Jeep was. All right, it's lunch. All right, guys. We'll probably just. What fucking time does that end? In an hour? I'll probably just make a new stream for that. If I come back, we'll see. I might get really into Scientology. Who knows? But anyway, that was cool. We all lived and learned together. You guys want to see the Hunt for Jimbo James? The rest of that? We still got time on that. I'll let that play out. All right? Thank you guys for joining me today. You want to be cleansed? Okay, I'll cleanse you guys real quick because you just saw a lot. You've been through a lot. So let's go ahead and cleanse you. Here we go. Guantanamera.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work.
Juan Calamera, azúcar, Juan Calamera, azúcar, a la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar, los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
El perro se asustó. Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
Hello, folks, Nuck here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so, here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. But you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious. Come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they have, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
Can't
wait
what do you,
to see Snuzz on the internet. Sweet.
what do you mean there's been multiple injuries? Marcus, please, Marcus, listen, we got to talk, all right? I really
Salted seasoning, Robert.
Marcus, look, I don't want to lose my job. Whatever you need, let's just go get it real quick. We'll get you out of here, in and out like a fast food. Are you touching me? In and out like a fast food restaurant. We'll get you out of here super fast, all right? What do you need, Marcus? You needed some cream or something? What else do you need?
We need to clean up my goopy, Sticky. Discharge.
Okay. That's no problem. All right. We have a janitor that does that. All right. Anything else you need?
Jimbo James.
Who is Jimbo James? I don't think there's anyone here named Jimbo James.
He made a big nana with the cartel, Robert.
Okay, well, I don't really think that cartels hang out at Kmart. No offense. Where's it going? Guys, have you guys seen anyone named Jimbo James?
I haven't, but there is like 7 to 8 people trying to like apply for a job here.
Hey, Marcus, I gotta get to work.
I'm not going in for an interview. I work here. I'm turned away.
Shoot this one.
Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me.
Marcus,
Please don't shoot me.
we don't need to. I'll ask him to leave the store. We really don't need to resort to violence.
Please don't shoot me. Don't make me leave. This is my only job. Please. I can't turn. Don't do that. This
Look,
is my
you work
only
here, okay?
job.
I need you to make sure that Marcus gets whatever he needs. All right, and that we get him out of here before the cartel comes
boss.
here. Okay, I'm gonna go do some interviews. Okay, all right, Marcus, this guy's gonna take care of everything you need. All right. Is there something on the ceiling? What's he doing? Is he collapsing?
Look, he's not taking care of him. Take care of him. Probably you pissed him off.
Get up. Get up. I grab you.
Apologies.
Get up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
My bad.
Marcus. I'm sorry.
You're fine, man. All right, I'm gonna go do those interviews now. All right, this guy's gonna take care of
I'm
everything.
going to fuck you.
Okay. Don't fuck me. Please
Look,
don't
Marcus.
Don't fuck me.
We're in a public setting, you know. I don't think we can do that here, Marcus.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's good. He understands.
I didn't mean it.
Oh, okay, it's just a joke, or How's it
Don't
going?
shoot me. Stop. Whenever I go to you, stop trying to shoot me. Marcus, hold on.
yeah, make sure he gets whatever he needs.
Coming through.
What? Why is Marcus in the office? You're supposed to be giving him what he needs to get him out of here.
We found a lead.
Jimbo James.
You found a lead to Jimbo James?
I've captured a cartel member, Robert.
What the hell is going on? Okay, I hate the fact that he might actually be onto something. Okay, what's going on, sir? With all due respect, what is happening here?
I am just here to help my friend to try to find a seance with Nuke, remember? I don't know who you're talking about! And damn!
Where's Jimbo James?
I've never heard of any Himbo names. What do you even mean, man? I'm not a part of any kind of
I'll
group.
get Mr. 50 number 2 out.
Wait, Marcus, are you sure this is the right guy? Are you like, what makes you think that this dude knows anything?
The guy.
Not really.
Oh. Sir, please, with all due respect, go run. Get out of here. Go.
Tickles your thigh.
Oh, wait. Hold on, Marcus. Wait, Marcus.
How did you get in here?
Hello.
Hey, Marcus. I don't mean to be rude. You just kind of came out of nowhere. I was talking to my employees. You're doing the rolls.
Sneaky.
No, that's very sneaky. Hey, Marcus. So you keep talking about your friends like Jimbo James and all them. Am I going to meet any of them anytime soon?
Though lurking within the mountains.
The mountains?
Sort this place as a safe haven. I know he's going to return.
Who's returning?
Jimbo James.
Why don't you bring him by sometime and I could get to know him?
Big blinky badinky boo boo boppity bop bones.
Is that his nickname? No. Okay.
Kitty.
Kitty? You guys look really similar. You might be related.
Not possible.
You could never be related to that. Don't be rude, Marge. Why is that not possible? What are you doing to that barrel?
You're throwing it back.
I'm alone.
You're alone? Okay, but that doesn't mean you guys can't be related. I mean, I'm sure you
traveled alone.
Yeah.
It's a sad life, Robert Malecki.
I'm sorry to hear that, Marcus, but you got friends like me, right? But surely you have like a mom or a dad out there or something, right?
I give you a little kiss.
Oh, thanks. That one was on the lips. That was very wet. So do you have parents, Marcus? Any
My
parents?
mother is dead.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Oh.
The mafia got her.
The mafia?
We have ties with the Russians, Robert.
The Russians?
The Russian mafia.
Are you talking to me through your legs? Okay. How old are you, Marcus? Marcus, just ignore him.
42.
You're 42? How long does your species usually live?
43.
Wow. You don't have much time left, do you, Marcus? It's a very specific number, 43.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Are you sure? You walked directly at me.
Hello, Robert.
Hi, Marcus. It's good to see you.
Jimbo James got out, Robert.
Jimbo James?
The mafia got him out of El Salvador prison. You can thank Big Badinky Bones for that.
Who is Big Badinky Bones? Is he someone else?
I've tracked him coincidentally.
Okay.
To the region in which your most land purchase was.
My most land purchase was? Right. Okay.
How have you been?
I've been good. I was about to go check up on this gas station. You want me to buy you some snacks? Oh no, it's the green guy.
They have.
It's the freaking green guy. Look.
Oh my God, Marcus!
Green guy, the frog guy. They don't like you, man. I'm sorry. All right.
What do you mean they don't
Dear
like me?
God, shut your damn mouth, you insufferable, contorted, shriveled testicle, having done
Marcus,
that
stop!
goal.
Marcus, stop!
Bitch ass.
Marcus, stop! Marcus,
Oh my God! Did you just insta-give him? Like, where did he go? He just vanished.
Robert.
Yeah.
Don't let this get out.
Okay, I'm not gonna tell anyone. Don't worry.
I hope they have corn chips.
What's he doing? It's like dancing.
This isn't Jimbo James.
Oh, okay. Where's Jimbo James?
This is Jimbo James.
That's Jimbo James.
Yes.
This is the guy that escaped prison.
He only speaks Cantonese.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nice to to meet you, Mr. J. I'm gonna be honest, Marcus. I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but
He's
that's not
doing his best.
No, he looks like a really nice guy. Do you guys need a?
He's a convicted felon.
No, yeah, I've heard the stories. Steal a police car?
Who did that?
Well, okay, where's your guys' vehicle?
Right here.
Ow! What the hell, man? You guys are stealing my car?
Let's go, Marcus.
Jimbo, James. Get in.
Are you gonna go with them, Jimbo?